Alright, let me move this out the way. And, Shalayim, my peoples, companions, family, friends, what have you. I hope everyone is doing well today and everything is going alright. Um, it's been a while, and this is probably one of the videos I've been working on for a while now. I initially had it like a good 75% finished back in roughly September, October-ish, and I meant to release it then, but was a lot of things had happened and transpired since then. So if I have to explain further, I would say this video is it's a very rough approximation of everything I've learned over the years, especially as of recently, starting from roughly around, I guess it's been years. I'll say that. I placed it really hardened research. Probably started back in 2018, then became better in 2020. Then it was more or less cemented there after Passover. So this is just a rough approximation of everything I've learned that I want to share with you, and I guess put the information out there for those who are actually interested in a lot of different things. I'd say this more or less is going to be discussing, as the title card says, identities of Shem, Saim, his real name, the lies of Japheth, and Ham, Jam's faces. So we will get right into it. Yeah, this is probably gonna be one of the longer videos. I'm not sure how long exactly, but I have about 70-ish, 80-ish or so slides to get through. But yeah, uh, you know, I'll just get into it. Let's go. Oh, whoops. My apologies for the yawn, and let me actually click on it. As you know, I have to always include the disclaimers. Disclaimer, and my mouse should be visible now. I got that working, I think. Disclaimer, maybe. Cognitive dissonance. Mental disturbance people feel mental disturbance people feel when their beliefs and or actions are challenged by new information or stimuli. This happening results in discomfort, disengagement, and or retaliatory ideas and actions. This often happens with Japhet's children in accordance to their blessing with Patha H6601 in the secondary definition, including to be deceived, persuade, to seduce, or be simple, to be deceived and naive. This meaning it is a natural inclination for them to do this. Not all, but it is often in the case of Gog and Magog Scythians along with Javan the Greeks, rewriting much of history. Now, well, let me finish. Remember Psalms 83. Edom, Ishmael, Assyria, Moab, and Ammon are also confederate together. Now, those are also the other, Shem's other prominent sons, the sons of Shem, Shemitic tribes. Now, I know it may seem like I'm doing like a common thing of more or less always seemingly going after Japheth. It's only in the case of them being prominently enough that wants to be doing it, but at the same time, they are confederate with Edom, who's Shemitic Afro-Asiatic, which I'm gonna actually get into. Like there's a lot of information I will dive into, doing this. But Edom, Ishmael, Assyria, Moab, and Ammon are confederate together. So keep in mind, it's not just them; it's also them and them all together. So let's get into it. My apologies. Disclaimer: Societal conditioning. The sociological process of training an bleh. The sociological process of training an individual or individuals in a society to respond in a manner generally approved of by the society in general and with peer groups in the society. Manifestations of social conditioning can be categorized as social structures and patterns such as education, entertainment, nationalism, religion, popular culture, and family life. Remember that most of what we learned and will learn is revised history. Keep that in mind. It's revised history. And a culture that is not our own, conditioned to feel, think, and react in a manner by the hidden counsels and the serpent who seek to continue and expand upon our enslavement. My apologies. I don't know why I keep yawning. I need a nap. But to touch on this, it's like we have to take into consideration that the majority of everything we learn on the public level, and that's accessible or that's easily accessible and more or less pushed by quote unquote academics and people who follow the agenda, is revised history. Because when you take a step back and look at it from a critical lens, a lot of it doesn't hold necessarily the right amount of water, and it kind of just spills all over the place in terms of just how what I like to call the modern narrative has been constructed and what's been shown to us. Such as well, there's plenty of examples, but some of the easiest ones would be the case in point with whether it's the civil rights movement, slavery, European history, North American history, Asiatic history, African, just all everything that we've learned through the public level is more so or less revised history, and especially a culture that is not fundamentally our own. We may be called Afro Americans, but at the same time, this is not our culture. We weren't from here initially from the beginning as is. Hence why we have such a hard time either conforming to it, taking part of it, and living within it. The whole nuclear family, white picket household of basic American dream. That I don't know. Maybe it resonates for those who want to call themselves would be Americans, but for us, in terms of much of the Afro Americans that live here, there is a strong sense of delusion, not delusion. There's a strong sense of disillusion and also problems that we face by living here on a day-to-day basis. It's like a lot of us don't like it here. Like even if you want to try and set aside what happened to us in history, and especially recent history, as early or as recent as 40 years ago with the 80s, we've always faced a mountain of problems coming our way by living in this society. And it's like, especially being the people picked by the Most High, and not just picked, I'll say ordained by the Most High to serve Him, to uphold His laws, especially to teach the law, to uphold the law, to be righteous, to be holy. Living in this society, especially in American society, the West, it clashes with a lot of what we were supposed to do and what we are commanded to do. And also us not being inherently Christian, because quite literally, we are not Christians. It's literally also in our DNA. We're not meant to be Christians. We aren't Christians. We're not. We're none of that. We are the original Israelites and Judeans who are commanded by the Most High to teach the law and to follow the law, to abide by what He says and tells us to do. And we can't do that by living in a society such as this. And especially a society that has been more or less constructed by the fallen angels, by the serpents, and by tradesmen who are complicit in this modern narrative. I don't mean to go on a bit of a tangent here, but I just wanted to give my pieces, and I'm gonna keep continuing. Disclaimer: this video is for those who know that many of us Afro Americans are and what our true history entails, as well as Gentiles who seek to become proselytes and dispel the lies of their fathers. All the laws that were given to Moses by the Most High are for all men. So proselytes are basically just Israelites who aren't Israelites. The Yah can be just as righteous. Just as righteous. This video is for those who call upon the true name of the Ishi Eloah, Haya Haya, Hayah Hayah, I am. His name in Hebrew and in English. Search Strong's Concordance H1961 in Exodus 3:14. Any other name is blaspheming his great name, as he warned us and our ancestors. If you can't get past these 3 slides, this video isn't meant for you. Disregard and leave. You aren't meant to. Now, I've already done a few videos and I already emphasized that I don't do arguments. I'm not gonna do debates. Y'all can do that amongst yourselves, or y'all can just go out and do your own research. This I'm not here to force your hand or to force you to convert or seek. I'm just giving information. Is all I'm doing. And if you don't like it, you could just click off the video and you could just leave. Simple as that. And more importantly, and furthermore, the Most High's name, Haya Haya, Haya Haya. I literally did a whole video on it. Watch the video. If you don't like, if it ain't sticking to you after that video, it is what it is. I ain't gonna fight over it. I'm not gonna do any debates. That's it. It is what it is. Also, on the side note, the Strong's Concordance was first released back in 1890. So this name, more or less, was the actual name has been around for a while. Like to find his actual name, like it's. So I'm just saying, if you can't get past these 3 disclaimers, these 3 slides, if you ain't, if the cognitive dissonance and societal conditioning is burdening you so much where you can't get past these 3 slides, you could just leave. That's it. I ain't gonna do no fighting. I ain't gonna do no arguing. Do that amongst yourselves. It is what it is. Bang boop bop. Let's continue. Video inspirations. First up, Lex Will. He's been teaching and dispelling much of the lies and bringing forth information in regards to the truth, and much of I've learned from him. Show your support and check out his channel to learn more from him directly. Medicine Man, one of the few people who's dug into the forgotten stories of Afro Americans who acknowledge the Most High's true name. I saw in the comment section once where he replied to, I think, one of Alex's comments he left on the video, and he used the name. Hey, I like that. Shout out Medicine Man. Shout out Lex. I appreciate him. And straight up, another great video historian and man who has brought much light on the subject matter. That should say of. My apologies, folks. That should say of. Typos. Yeah. There's no production in houses. I just do this when I have the time. Bang bob. The subject matter or Afro history and has given us. Let me do this again. My bad. Another great video historian and man who has brought much light on the subject matter of Afro history and has given much information. I'll say honestly, check out his videos. Check them out because they're worthwhile watches in terms of actual Afro melanated people in history, such as also European history. He does his due diligence and research and pulls up the work. They all do, especially Lex Will. I'm saying check them out. I learned a lot from them. Also just reading separately, of course, but check them out, please. I'll leave the link. I'll leave other links in the video description if y'all go watch the videos. And more video sources from my own research: the Torah/Tanakh, Wikipedia, Google Images, realhistoryww.com. Thank you to Mine for showing me this website. BibleHub.com, YouTube.com, Merriam-Webster's Dictionary, Webster's 1828 Dictionary. Thank you to her for showing that. And essays, PDFs, and ebooks. I'm gonna see if I can't compile a list and maybe like a Google Drive link to share. See if I can, because I have a lot of stuff that I do wanna. I want this for everybody to vet themselves and research their own. Whoever watches this anyway. The modern narrative. In terms of understanding and seeing forth what's presented to us as the modern narrative, We are in general raised and conditioned to understand that we Afro Americans, or the misnomer being Black Americans, African Americans, are originally from Africa. Apologies. With the same modern narrative having the notions of Caucasians being native inhabitants of Europe and what we call modern Asians being native to Asia. In this video, we'll be exploring the reasons of why this modern narrative is false and furthermore lies propagated by those in power, such as the traitors' councils of men and their ties to the hidden ones being the serpent. I could be wrong about the hidden ones, being the serpent, but possibly, yeah. Could be wrong, but more or less they're definitely involved. Men working with the serpent and trying working with fallen angels, and yeah, yeah. Falsified view, sons of Noah. It is falsely taught to much of the general public that the sons of Noah are described as the following: Shemites, Phoenicians, Ashkenazim, Sephardi, Aryans, Arabs, Akkadians, Middle Eastern, Iranians, etc. Japhetites, Mongolians, Turks, Russians, Siberians, Western and Eastern Europeans, and Hamites, North Africans, and Sub-Saharan Africans, modern Egyptians, modern Berbers, East Indians, Kushites, West Asian groups such as the Nepalese and Bangladesh peoples. So this is what they basically teach us, that when they talk about the sons of Noah, they're more or less categorized falsely in these groups. And from prior research and what I am going to get into this video, it's just all blatantly wrong. I'm going to try to watch my language, but if a cuss word slips out, I apologize in advance. But it's just straight BS is what they teach us, because we know Phoenicians, they're not Shemitic, they're not. Same with Ashkenazim. I mean, Ashkenaz, one of the sons of Japheth. So like to conflate them with Shem is just stupid. Same with Sephardi, Aryans, Japheth, Mongolians, yeah, more or less Japheth. Same with the Turks, the Russians, Siberians. That's actually the only one that's semi-accurate. It's actually this one, whereas the Shemites and the Hamites are just fucking wrong. Pardon my language, but we'll get more into it. Why? Apologies, jeez. Oh, oh goodness. Bah. My apologies, folks. The identities of Shem. Who is Shem? The nations of Shem, the sons of Shem warring, the hidden black hand, and the Shemites of Psalms 83. So we're actually going to get into what Shem is, or specifically what Shem actually looked like, and who are actual Shemites. We're actually going to get into it. Who's actually Shem? Let's talk about it. The meaning of Semitic. Firstly, okay, I'm sorry. I'm getting tired of using the mouse, but let's get into it. It firstly means a group of Afro-Asiatic languages that are spoken by the people of those cultures that bear those languages. The first part of the word quite literally referring to a hairstyle that belongs to Afro people in the very sense. The second part of the word being deemed offensive nowadays and being updated to Asian, which means a native or inhabitant of Asia. If this is the case in regards to what Semitic means, then how come the term isn't applied to any of the peoples that have any of these characteristics? The only applicable traits that do apply would be them living in those areas now. Where are the features that match any of these characteristics? Now, to talk about it. Oh goodness. I just read to you what Semitic means, and more intently, breaking down the two words that make up the word Semitic, Afro and Asiatic. Now, breaking out the word Afro, you find people literally having that hairstyle literally belongs to people that have afros. Afro literally belongs to people who have afros. That's what the word means. An Afro person, right? Afro. Asiatic means somebody basically coming from or being originally from Asia. So the first part of the word pertaining to people who have literal fucking afros. and the second part of the word meaning Asian or Asiatic, you should be able to easily put two and two together. That means Afro-Asiatic people. People who have afros that come from and are native or inhabitants of Asia directly. So, how can a nigga be an anti-Semite if he literally fits the description of a fucking Semite? Part of my language, but it's like literally looking at what the fucking word means and separating it, breaking it down. Afro comes from Afro people. Asiatic comes from people who originally lived in Asia or natives of Asia. So, how how can a nigga be anti-Semitic if he literally fits the traits? Or let me stop saying nigga. Let me say Negro. How can a Negro be anti-Semitic if he literally fits the description of an actual Semite? If you want to see a Semite, literally all over the place, unless you live like in a sundown town or something. But other than that, like media exists. A Semite is what we call today modern is what we modernly call black people, Africans, African Americans, fucking you name it. Basically, a Semite is a nigga, Negro. They are one and the same. They are literally one and the same people. You can't. You break down the word Afro-Asiatic and it talks about languages spoken by people whose cultures bear that language. None of them are Semites. Looking at the word, like you would use a different fucking term that actually fits that description, unless Negroes were actually speaking Shemitic languages and lost their language or no longer speak said language because they no longer live in those areas where they originally used to come from, such as Asia. It makes no sense. So, quite literally, Shem is an Afroed man, Afroed woman, the Afro peoples. The Afro peoples are Shemites. If you can grow an Afro and have Afro, like if you can grow an Afro no matter how long it takes, you are a Shemite. Like a natural Afro, you're a Shemite. Sure, there's mixture between Ham and Japheth, but straight up, you are the lineage of your father. You are your father's line. If your father could go grow an Afro and is melanated, maybe not so much melanated, but as long as they could grow an actual Afro, he's a Shemite. It's literally that simple. It is that simple. He's a Shemite. Let's break it down even further with Shem's actual name. Thank you, Lex Will, for showing me this. He showed it in one of his videos a while back. It's one of his videos, Saim, because I looked it up myself. Thank you, Lex, for showing this because he taught this. He showed what Shem's actual name was. Saim, Shem is Saim. According to Strong's Concordance 8034, Shem's name is derived first from Sawum and perhaps Shemayim. It is stated to be an appellation as a mark or title, but doesn't appear to be his actual name. If we follow and search Sawum, according to Strong's Concordance 7760, we will find the name Saim, a primitive root which means to appoint, call a name, or cast in, or change, or charge. Modern sources often say or infer that Shem means shame, which is simply untrue, with the evidence now backing the fact that it means anything but for him being righteous and following the law as he learned from Noahk, his father, Noah. So to take charge, it was Shem who first decided to take charge and place the covering upon his father and his mother in the tent. He decided and got him to do it. Japheth basically he's like, hey, I'll help you, but Shem took charge, and he was appointed by who? The Most High. Being righteous, the Most High loved Shem. So keep that in mind. His name, basically, say the call name, basically take charge. Essentially, his name is Saim. You can look it up. Look at the primitive root. That's what matters. The primitive root. Look it up. The sources are right here. You can literally look this up yourself. You can go buy a copy of Strong's Concordance, or you can look it up online using Bible Hub. They have their own Strong's Concordance. They use the Strong's Concordance. It's the most accurate version. It's exhaustive. Use Strong's Concordance. That's all I gotta say. Afro evidence. Now, getting into the word the word Semite, Shemitic, Shem. Let's look at the first part of the word out of Shem. Afro-Asiatic. Let's look at the word Afro. Afro evidence. Now, this is from, as you can see, the Merriam-Webster dictionary. Let's look at it. Afro, one of two. Noun. Afro, plural afros, a hairstyle of tight curls in a full, evenly rounded shape. Afro, that's the adjective. Afro, two of two, combining form. Variants of look at it. African, which we know it's not. Afro-American and Afro-Asiatic. Why not just use the word Afri-Asiatic instead of Afro? You know, why? Because you look up what Afro literally means. It literally means this: a hairstyle. It doesn't say anything about Africa in this slide right here. Nothing. It's only in this one where they got tacking on Africa. Africa. No. Ignore these two and look at these two: Afro-American and Afro-Asiatic. What does that tell you? The first part of Semite, Shemitic, the term Shem, the first part of it broken down to what it means: Afro-Asiatic, Afro, a literal fucking Afro. Look at that. She has an Afro. That's an Afro person. Come on. It is simple. Now let's look at Asiatic. Sometimes offensive. That's true. Nowadays it's considered an offensive term, so they say Asian instead. Asian is now solidly preferred to Asiatic. The latter persists mainly in names of some kinds of flora and fauna. An Asiatic lily. Now, I did do the Buddhism video about the flowers that were specifically mentioned. Lily, look at that. Just the you can make the connection. It's right there. Asiatic elephants. Come on, just simple. Come on, man. Asiatic still has some uses as geographical designator. The Asiatic side of the Bosphorus. Why not just outright stop using this? Just stop using this term Asiatic and just stick to using Asian. Why not just say like Afri-Asian language instead of Afro-Asiatic? Like that's if you really wanted it to like fit the actual modern narrative. Like if you didn't want it to be scrutinized and picked apart, you should have just used more elaborate. Just down. Change the fucking language, or just change the fucking wording. Like, why use Afro stuff Afri? You could just use Afri Asian, like an Afri Asian language. All right, language that stems from regions and various regions in Africa that don't pertain strictly to Afro people. They could have just did it like that, but no, it literally fucking tells you Afro, a hairstyle of tight curls in a full evenly shaped. Boom. Why? Why use that word unless that's literally what it pertains to? Same with Asiatic. Why not just strictly just use Asian? Like I'm pretty sure you could update most of the books, make new additions, which they have been doing, and just say the Asian side of the Bosphorus, the Asian lily, the Asian elephant. Like why still use Asiatic? Why? And why is it sometimes offend? Like, come on, it just put two and two together, you know. And it's the fact that, simply put, we don't read, especially my people. It's fallen from grace, fell into wickedness, and we are destroyed for a lack of knowledge because we don't literally read what's right in front of us. I'm gonna go back. Shemisayim. Not only that, the meaning of Shemitic. You could pause the video and look at it, but literally the first part of the word, Afro people in the very sense, and second part, Asian meaning native inhabitant of Asia. You could see the evidence right here. You can pause it, screenshot, just look evidence right here. It's simple. Like I was just talking about Afro instead of Afri. Why not just use the word fucking Afri if it doesn't? Oh, they're not they're no, they're not talking about Negro people, man. No, they're talking about basically Indo-European and Iranian peoples. Yeah, why not just use those fucking words instead of using Afro? Why not just use fucking Afri instead? Like, why you gonna fucking use Afro instead of Afri? That makes no fucking sense. Like, just sitting back and think about it, that's kind of fucking dumb. Unless it's just deliberately hidden because people don't fucking read, especially my people. They just don't fucking read. Like let's get into African. Now, Middle English, African, African, going back to Old English, Africanus, plural, borrowed from Latin, Africanus. Borrowed from Latin, Africanus, from Africa, short for Africa, terra, literally African land, from feminine Africus, of the Roman province of Africa, modern day northern Tunisia, of the continent of Africa, Afar of Africa, the heaven of North Africa, other than Egypt, of an unknown origin, Icus and Anus. Before the 12th century, meaning defined since one, 1548, the meaning defined above. So this was in 1548. This is before the 12th century. So, like literally, like you could have just fucking used the word Afri instead of fucking Afro. It makes no fucking sense. Like you don't see fucking Afrocanus, Afrocane. Like why? It's fucking dumb. I'm sorry, but it's just like it doesn't take much just to read into it and just to think critically and like, huh? They could have literally just used Afro or Afro of Afro. Like they could have used either or instead of Afro. Why use Afro instead of Afri? Unless they're literally talking about people with Afros. Come on. Like fucking come on, man. It doesn't make any sense. According to Webster's 1828 dictionary, swarthy means to be dark of complexion and synonymous with black. Africans being described as such being black of skin, but so are some Europeans as well. Why distinguish the two words to begin with if they hold relevance to the people being labeled under them? Simple word games are being played to hide the truth in reality. Swarthy is black. I should have read that first than that, but brain stuff. American Dictionary of the English Language. Now, this was no Webster's Dictionary, 1828 version. Looking it up. Swarthy adjective. See swart. Being of a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny in warm climates, the complexion of men is universally swarthy or black. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. This is interesting right here. I'm gonna let you know why it's interesting. Their swarthy hosts would darken all of our plains. This came from Benjamin Franklin's essay on the peoples of mankind, I think, when he wrote that. So this quote right here came from that essay. First example, black as the swarthy African. Now, there's lately been a lot of revelations and up. I'm not saying revelations. I don't like that term. But there's been a lot of truth coming out to the fact that Europe was melanated, and not just melanated by Afro peoples, by Shemites. Case in point example, the Moors, which are well, I'm gonna get later into the video what they are, but for now, Lot, the children of Lot, which are the Moors, Spaniards, hard one. So I think Spaniards and Italians would probably eat them. Could be wrong, but the fact that they mention the Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. Now they want to say it's because of the Moorish invasion of Europe, but at the same time, we're gonna go back and disprove that a little further, actually, because this was 1828. Now Benjamin Franklin, he wrote the essay in fuck. Let's go to the next slide and look at it. Actually, I got it set up. He wrote this essay in 1751, 1828, 1751. That's more than a 1828, 751. That's 77 years. That dictionary was updated 77 years after He wrote this essay, and a lot can happen in 77 years. Let's go. Words from the past. From Benjamin Franklin's essay, Observations Concerning the Increase of Mankind, Peopling of Countries, etc. 1751. Anglifying them. Or actually, let me read this first and I'll get into it. I'll start from here, from where it's cut off. Supplied and increased so largely there were, why should the Palatine Boers be suffered to swarm into our settlements, and by herding together establish their language and manners to the exclusion of ours? Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, and will never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? 24. Which leads me to add one remark that that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionally very small. All of Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, America exclusive of the newcomers wholly so, and in Europe the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, and Swedes are generally of what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons only accepted. We know this is fucking false because we already went to who the Saxons were. We already talked about that in my Israelites of Asia video. We already talked about it. Who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish the numbers were increased, and while we are, as I may call it, scouring our planet by clearing America of woods, it's so making this side of our globe, Mason, reflect a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus. Why should we, in the sight of superior beings, darken its people? Hmm. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, where we have so fair an opportunity, by excluding all blacks and tawnies, of increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I am partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind. Now, from what can be understood in this part right here is, why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America? The fact that he more or less basically just considers, the Germans, the Swedes, the Russians, the French, the Italians, and the Spaniards, the sons of Africa, are generally considered of a swarthy complexion. Look at that. Now we'll take a step back. Swarthy is black. Look at that. Swarthy men of Look at that. The complexion of men is universally swarthy or black in warm climates, being of a dark hue or dusky complexion. Now, in modern days, we want to say, oh, swarthy just means sandblasted like an Arab. My guy, this is 1828. I don't see no fucking Arab here. In the first one, it says the first fucking example, black as the swarthy African. Let's look ahead again. Why increase the sons of Africa, where we have so fair an opportunity by excluding all blacks and tawnies? It'd be different if he just said, the Germans, the Swedes, the Russians, the French, and the Italians and the Spaniards are tawny. No, he just says they're swarthy, and later on he just says by excluding all blacks. Why increase the sun? You put two and two of the fucking together, right? Words from the past, and he keeps saying sons of Africa. We can infer and we understand that straight up that literally means basically Afro peoples, because Africa is a fucking misnomer term. It's it's a clever blanket term created by fucking Edom, the fucking to more or less hide the identity of Shem's other children. You know, and their own selves. It's the blanket term that basically it allows them to change identities. That's all it really does, using that term Africa. Because you don't want to say that you can't say the sons of Shem. You know, also this guy was a fucking Mason, so can't say that. Can't use actual terms. We gotta play the fucking name game. Shem. So straight up, he's referring to the sons of Shem. The sons of Shem. And the lovely whites and red. They aren't necessarily red, they're pink, but not necessarily red. Red would be Edom, and Edom has intermingled, but at the same time, you are the lineage of your father. And you have Edom men going into Japhethite women. They're still going to be of Edom. They'll be mixed, but they will still be Edom. They can still more or less grow an afro. Confusion of faces. Edom, along with Japheth. Psalms 83. Now let's look at that. Anglifying them. Know how they said, look how it says, we're going to Anglo. Where's that? My bad, I got a little lost. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, my apologies, folks. I really did just lose it. There we go. It's the first one. I feel kind of dumb. My apologies, folks. I had a brain fart. Why should Pennsylvania, founded by the English, become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them, and never adopt our language or customs any more than they can acquire our complexion? You know what's funny? In the modern day, we consider the quote unquote Anglo Saxons to more or less be a conglomeration of Germanic tribes, right? So there should be some sense of shared heritage or understanding between the two groups, even going back historically. And yet, they call them, they don't want Pennsylvania to become a colony of aliens who will shortly be so numerous as to Germanize us instead of our Anglifying them. He didn't say Anglo-Saxifying them. He didn't say us or us. No. Look how he says Anglos. That has nothing to do with Saxons. The Saxons were Israelites. They were Shemites. They were they took that name Saxon when we were kicked out and moved from our lands. They took that name Saxon, so keep that in mind. Why would he say Anglifying them instead of like, I don't know, like Englishfying them? Something, but Anglifying them? Come on. To Germanize us, the Germans, swarthy complexion. Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in the, excluding all blacks and Tawnies? Who the fuck do you think they're talking about? The biggest clue was sons of Africa. Go back again. Swarthy. Black as the swarthy African. He's calling all these different nations swarthy. Bro, just put two and two together. It's fucking simple. That was Shem in Europe. The Italians, the French, the Russians, the Spaniards, the Swedes, and the Germans were all Shemitic peoples, calling them the sons of Africa. They weren't talking about, oh, we're bringing all these slaves. No, they were talking about the fucking sons of Shem and Europe to not Germanize us. And the Germans are swarthy. So literally within 77 years, from 1751 to 1828, they became white. Because you can see how, they're more swarthy than the French, Germans, and English. Meaning, wait, was the French not mentioned? They were also mentioned, yeah. So something happened, or more or less the original French and Germans lost their names or changed their names and took on new names, and the other sons of Japheth came and took their new fucking names. Or we could also just talk about the revolutions that happened, like over in France and in Germany, where King Louis, more or less an actual Shemite, got beheaded by the white French, more specifically Japhetite French. Same thing probably happened with Germany as well. Hence why side note, I want to do a video on the Anglos, who this is just a theory I'm pointing out, who are possibly connected to the kingdom of Kartli of Georgia, which is nearby Russia. So by the Caucasus region. I'll just say that. So that'll be a whole separate video, but we're gonna keep going. All of Europe being swarthy or tawny, Russia and the Americas and even Africa. Now he could just say, more the biggest chunk of Europe essentially just being tawny, like the Asians, because that would make more sense. Because they're much lighter in complexion on average, but yet he just says, "Oh no, swarthy." You looked up what swarthy meant, even 77 years after this occurring, when he wrote this essay, and it hasn't changed essentially. So it's like, oh, what the fuck? They are talking about the sons of Shem in Europe. Those are Shemites. This is what I'm talking about by revised history. And also, people not fucking reading. Pardon my language, I'm sorry, but look, you could fucking read this. You reading these different pieces, you could pause and read, so you don't have to hear me keep fucking talking and cussing. My apology. You can just pause and read and put two and two together. Europe, Shem, or Shem had inhabited Europe at some point. Originally, Shem was in Europe. You put two and two together. Why else would he write this? He was a rather educated man, right? So why specifically say to Germanize us, a colony of aliens? All of Africa is black or tawny, Asia chiefly tawny, the Americas exclusive of newcomers, wholly so, and in Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russians, Swedes are generally what we call a swarthy complexion, as are the Germans also. Darken its people. Why increase the sons of Africa? We have this opportunity to exclude all blacks and if they were if they shared the same hue as the English, or like maybe if he was like a slight tan, I know he want to. Oh yeah, you guys are fucking swarthy. It's like oh, I have a slight fucking tan. Nah, swarthy. Yeah, man. Nah, I'm talking about their hair. Their hair. See, we call him a fucking Bob the Black because he has black hair. No, they call him Bob the Black because this nigga's fucking black. It's a bad example, but it's just like they were very fucking literal in their descriptions. They're sure some of them could be metaphorical in their uses, but at the same time they were very fucking literal in what they seen. And this is what he seen back in 1751. So as opposed to just fucking gaslighting, historical figures like, oh, they were just talking about hair, or this or that. It's like, no, they were literally talking about the fucking skin complexion. This was written 77 years after than this. So it's like, straight up, I saw my fucking little rambling rant. This is just Shem. Straight up, it's just Shem. I just want to get that point out there. This is Shem in Europe. That simple. Let's get into images, right? Because I love how Lex points it out. If we was really in a system controlled by white supremacy, right, or quote unquote white supremacy, then images like this would not either. They would literally not exist. They just wouldn't exist, or they would be so hard to find they would not be on the fucking internet. Look at these figures right here. I'm pretty sure I could be wrong, but I think that's Saint Maurice. This is Saint George. I could be very wrong, but she might be either a or Danish or Norse princess, something like that. She's over there in that region. But it's like, just look at these images real quick, right? If white supremacy existed, why do we have these images? Why do they exist? You can't tell me, oh, the paint's faded. This man has on light colored gloves. Got the Odell Beckham blonde going on. And look at that lineup. It's clean. Look at that. And that's another one in the background, light colored gloves. So it's like, explain this. Definitely explain this right here. Like, what is this? And what's this? You mean to tell me they can match proper pigmentation of like lighter color skin? And yet, look how dark she is. Look at them red lips. Look at that long. Look at them long locks. If anything, look at that. Look at that afro. Look. Can I get some answers for this? These are the Iberians. Eber. Eber was one of the sons of Shem. One of his descendants, a Saim, Shem of Europe. Explain these images. Why do they exist? You can't tell me, oh yeah, man, they were. It's just art. And, you know, art imitates life. So it's like, okay, you mean to tell me they thought so low of quote unquote Africans and they basically saw us nothing more than slaves and they just hated us and said, oh, yeah, I can't accomplish or do shit. But we have these images that fucking exist for no particular reason. Oh, you know, artistic license or, oh, you know, they're just there. They happen to make them. I'm sorry, my guy. That's fucking dumb. Like if that was really the case, they would not exist. Hence why you have to wonder: is there a possibility, or well, not? Is there? They do exist. The hidden black hand, the other melanated nations that existed, especially long before Israel became its own nation, before us, that were already here to begin with. The other sons, Shem had like the other three, you know, founding patriarchs, you know, Shem, Ham, Japheth. They or Japheth, Shem, however the order goes. Ham being the youngest anyway, but it's like they had lots of children, and Shem, he probably didn't have as much children as Japheth did or Ham, but he had his own. He had plenty of children. It's like, okay, you mean to tell me that these images exist, but just Africa, 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 Africa. Why does he have on a full fucking? Why does he have on full suits of armor and not like a fucking lined loincloth and spear chucking? That makes no fucking sense. Like it breaks the narrative to see these images, and it's like, huh? Oh, they exist because you know artistic reasons, or you know they're just mythological figures or folklore, and it's like, then why go through the extent of having them all painted and all existing? Like why? Why? What's the fucking point? Unless you consider and you factor in the hidden black hand that are also complicit and confederate against and keeping us, along with the rest of the world, in fucking shambles and in control. The face behind the face, if you so will, you know? Let's continue. More images. Now I know this is of these are Peruvians, but at the same time, their dress wear strongly mirrors and is drawn from the Spaniards with those fucking collars. You add on the piercings, the jewelry, the gold, the spears. Look at the hats. I'm pretty sure this is another Norse. I could be wrong, but somewhere over in Eastern Europe, if anything. And that right there, you know, 502 to 1550 detail. Why do these images exist? You can't tell me she was a slave because slaves don't get to walk around fucking gold and jewelry. They don't get to carry that. It doesn't matter how, oh, they were well treated, you know, no. You're not gonna literally give them nice shit to fucking wear. Yeah, it's one thing to take care of them. You give them basic like why is she dressed like this and not like that? You know, just plain clothes without all the special like dye like this was expensive to come across, especially hard to come across. Whereas regular tunics, they were just bland color because that was just the actual color of the fiber, you know. So why dressed up like this? Why is their skin shade that color? Because you can't say that's dude faded when you just literally match the fucking background, just outline the face. Like these images wouldn't exist unless you break the narrative. You get past the cognitive dissonance and societal conditioning that Africans couldn't build shit, they couldn't do shit, and they were always concentrated in Africa instead of actually being spread out through the entire eastern hemisphere of the world. You know, oh, all Africans came from Africa. In reality, Shem is from Asia, hence Afro-Asiatic. These are all Shemites traveling out of Asia, more or less greater parts of Asia, into the rest of the world. Like y'all know, Europe is literally just the arm sticking out of Asia, right? Like Europe is it's kind of similar to India in the sense that no, actually, India is still considered part of Asia, whereas Europe is just, oh, nah, man, it's not Asia. It's Europe. You know, it's right fucking there. A part of Asia. It's an arm sticking out. Like India's a foot sticking out. Like it's right fucking there. So why not consider it, oh, Asia? Asians, man. It's just, come on. Just break past the programming. Look past get past the societal conditioning and break past the cognitive dissonance and put two and two together. Europe is literally sitting on the arm of Asia. Europe is a part of Asia. Hence the term Eurasia. Because oh they just can't simply just Asia. No, it's just Eurasia. So when you consider that, it's like, oh, Asian. Okay, that makes sense. And then when you take the other part of the term Afro Asian, you already saw what a Shemite Sem looks like. This is Asia. Simply fucking put, this is Asia. These are Asians. Specifically, you could say Western Asians, you know? I mean, like, actually, yeah. Because Europe is on the west end of Asia. West Asians. Simple. The sons of Shem, Saim, Siam, and Asia. Now, let's look into this, right? Now, it is true that Ham did progenate the darker races, you know, and there was a lot of race mixture going on, but at the same time, though, you already saw the Israelites and Buddhism video. You already seen where Buddhism has come from. So it's like you look at these figures, more or less these are Shemites. I hate to say it, yeah, probably a Shemite, definitely a Shemite that looked like my granddaddy. Look at my high cheekbones and lips and that nose. Come on, man. Look at that jawline. Come on, look at that. I could be wrong. I could be. Now this actually does look like my grandfather. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like I've never really seen an Asian that actually fit that kind of facial type. Let's be honest. I ain't gonna lie to you. One, look at that Tony bronze skin he got on. Because again, all shin don't have to be dark as shit. It's a spectrum, 250 shades of brown. High yellows, the darks, you know? And again, like you look at like some of the regular modern natives, they're dark as fuck. But yet they don't have afros. That's ham. Like at Indians. Indians darker than this, you know, darker than me. That's ham. So it's like, look at that tawny skin. Look at that mustache beard combo. He look like a nigga. Like he jokes aside, he actually looks like my grandfather. He actually does. Got the facial hair, he got the little beard, he got the bushy brows. Look at my eyes, man. Asian. This is a Negro right here. He got the head covering on, but honestly, this is a Negro right here. Look at them full lips. Just look at that. That's a Negro. I hate to say it. That is. That literally is. The sons of Shem and Asia. Even more evidence coming up. I know y'all have definitely probably seen these images floating around before. I've used one of them, that Thailand one. I have used that one. The identities of Shem Saim everywhere, more or less in Asia. Cambodia, yeah. Russia, we just talked about what the Russians were, swarthy. You know, boom. Look at that, China. That video, Vietnam, which is next to Thailand. Look at that. Rome, eat them. Yep, Negro. Fuck these niggas. India, which looks damn near twin like to Thailand. You can't make this up. You seen y'all at least seen that video. Or if you ain't watch it, go watch the video of the Buddhism, Israelites and Buddhism. You can go watch that. Mexico, interesting one. Egypt, yeah, I ain't gonna really claim that. You know, it's ham, definitely ham. But you can see the point of, you can see what I'm trying to get across. Afro-Asiatic people living in Asia, us being Afro-Asiatic. Same stock. Shem had many sons. You already see me use two of these images already. I'm just using them again. And it's a mix and match of face styles. Like the faces match here. Like they are a match. The face, look at the sinuous eyebrows. Like they all match. The different faces of Shem, the identities of Shem, Saim of Asia. This is Shem. Look at them Bantu style hair knots. And tell me that ain't the same thing right here. Artistic liberties, but they knew what they were doing. They knew what they were. Come on. Just look at it. Look at them full lips. Look at the earlobe dressing. Look at that. This is Shem. That is a Shemite inherently. You bring that to life, she either gonna look like her or her. That's Shem. This is what Shem looks like. This is a Semite. This is Shem. An Afro-Asian. Afro-Asians. The Afro-Asiatic eyes. Look at that. You can't make this up, for you literally can't. Come on. You can't. Because I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong, but that's an Afro American. And this is an Afro person living in Africa. And this is an ancient Afro person. It's simple. This is Shem. Even more. The identities of Shem again. Now I could read this. Clay sculpture portraying the face of a man of the earliest known Eastern European. Made from the modern human skull of a quote unquote black person. This is from Real World History www.com. Or Real History www.com. I have to correct myself. Of a black person. Why did be? Constructed from fragments found in the Pestericu Clace Chase, the cave with bones located in the southwestern Carpathian Mountains of Romania in 2002. The bones were carbon dated between 40, not my bad, the bones were carbon dated between 34,000 and 36,000 years ago. Now I don't know about carbon dating. Yeah. Erroneously erroneously declared to be the first European, Grimaldi is thought to be the first European. So, the face of the oldest Eastern European person is a Negro person. You know they couldn't do the hair because it would drive the point home. It would have people fucking livid. But let's look at the other facial features. One, he got Asiatic eyes. He got the brow ridge that Negroes do have. The brow ridge. He got them high cheekbones. Look at that. Look at that. Brow ridge, the cheekbones. Look at that. That nose is fucking unmistakable. To speak frankly, my nigga, I got that nose. That's a big ass nose. A little big fucking. Look at that nose, man. Look at them nostrils. That is a nigga. I'm sorry. That is a Negro. As an Afro person. Let me stop speaking so frankly, but come on. And of course, they have to befuddle the lips, but you know those are full lips. Like those are full lips. So it's like. Also, why use this kind of color clay? Like they could have used something much lighter, then colored it afterwards. So they knew what they were doing, and this was found in 2002. Pardon me. They knew for a while. I don't know if you can see these images, but again, these are just Afro peoples. You could probably see like on a TV screen, if anything, or like on a large tablet or laptop. You could probably zoom in now. I think that's a functionality, but this is Afro faces in China, circa the Shang and the Zhao. So from 1500 to 500 BC, and from 1000 to 200 BC, the Shang and the Zhao dynasties. Afro faces. Look at them fucking noses. Come on, man. Look at them eyes, man. Look at them lips. Come on. Europe. Rome 400 BC. Fucking tie over here. Rome 100 BC. Look at them faces. Naples 200 AD. Look at that fucking face. Come on. You can't tell me because the province of certain people. No, you got face that fucking early or faces that earlier. Come on. In North America, yeah, bang boop bop. Negro faces. Egypt. This is an iffy one because probably maybe intermixing my guess, but Point being, yeah, Negroes, Afro peoples came from Asia, simply put, and expanded outwards into Africa and then into the Americas, into Europe, what fucking have you. Africa is not the homeland. It is not the motherland. Asia is the home place of Negroes, hence the term Afro-Asiatic. People who literally have afros and who are natives of Asia. And I don't mean African. African is not the fucking homeland. It's not the birthplace. Otherwise, it'd be like fucking Afro African, or like fucking just it'd be something fucking dumb, I guess. Like you wouldn't have the term Afro Asian, you know, an African who originally came from Asia, because then like you mean at some point Africans just left Africa and went to Asia? No, the whole migration line list is also just fucking backwards. Asia is the start. I mean, shit, fucking Noah's Ark landed in fucking Mount Ararat over there in fucking nigga. That's Asia. Everything split out and came from Asia, and also evolution. Fucking just BS. That's a whole video in itself, but fucking BS and that monkey shit. No, nah. Let's continue. Revision of Shem Saim. We must take into account how much of history that we have learned and will learn from the modern narrative, more often than not, is falsified and rewritten. Look to all the major institutions that govern our education, entertainment, and cultures. You will only either find Japhethites or Hamites in the public view. Universities and colleges are ran and operated by fraternal brotherhoods and Masonic lodges who control the flows of information and who control the flows of common information and suppress actual truth. They in turn work with the entertainment industry and influential people to push the modern narrative. One major part of that is the revision of Saim, meaning, in order to make the modern narrative work, they have to revise and change identities. Otherwise, nobody would fucking believe it and would call them out on their bullshit. Part of my language. Nobody would believe it. Like, there's so much misinformation still going on strong, and it's like, oh, all y'all came from Africa, y'all have no history, or y'all are all selling each other and shit. It's like, okay, let's look into it deeper. Is there any more actual history that we're forgetting, or we're just obviously not looking at? No. And it's like, one, we already know the chronological timeline and date has been fucked up, so it's like, once you control actual historical time periods, you control how much further you can push the narrative. One of the biggest parts again is the fucking name game and just swapping and changing names and using different terminologies to define things of their original definition, such as Shem. Like when you look up a Semite or what a Semite is, like you type in Semite, look up Semite, you're gonna see some fucking Indo-European or fucking Iranian looking or Indo-Iranian looking fucking person. When Semite means Shemite, and Shemite comes from the word Shem, Afro-Asiatic. What it's like, why continue to use old biblical terminology when you could use newer biblical terminology, not newer, when you could use newer terminology that defines things that wants to fit your narrative, unless you're playing these fucking games and you have to mix in a little bit of truth with a lot of fucking lie. Look at the entertainment industry. Look at look at how much they go to suppress actual truth and say, "Oh, you're spreading misinformation. It's like, well, then let me fucking spread misinformation, and if I'm fucking wrong, people will say, hey, you're just wrong, and not they. It's like they don't want to actually give people the choice to decide what's actually relevant and real and truthful to them. They don't want people to actively seek out the truth, such as it's like you are actively taught against to accept what quote unquote experts you have never met tell you on how to conduct and live your life in this day and age like you're a fucking child. You have no agency. You have no choice. You are more or less force fed everything that you do want to learn and you don't want to learn at the same fucking time. You don't get a choice in the matter. You don't. Especially when I just think, huh, maybe I just want to kind of just see this for myself and make my own educated opinion on it. And nah, we already made one for you. Fuck off. You're good. Just listen to us and we got you. No, no. So it's like even with me, I still encourage do your own research. Look this shit up. You can go fucking fact check all my shit. And if you don't want to find, if you don't think anything is necessary, then again you can click off and do what you do. It's that simple. Just research. Do your own research, and that doesn't mean just like looking at fucking like fucking influencers or fucking these would be fucking or are in the know fucking Masonic peoples fucking some hey yeah man these guys are lying they're dangerous listen to us yeah and it's like no it's fucking dumb they don't want you to do your own research again the revision of Shem I just shown you everything about Shem more or less essentially what Shem is or what Shem looks like and where Shem was and who Shem like I just shown you all the information so it's like yo y'all should be able to come up with an educated understanding and opinion, at least an idea that, no, let me go research this and see this for myself. And see if this guy's either spouting bullshit or he may have some truth to his words. Again, I'm just literally some nigga who works at a shit job who's just trying to leave, go off grid, and go live in peace. That's it. Go follow the commandments, live under the Most High. That's all I'm trying to do. Like I don't want any money. I'm broke as is. I don't know how much further things can keep going. So I might as well just put these videos out and just ready to just kind of up and fucking disappear. You know, find a way to go south. Then from south, go to Asia at some point. Just figure something out. But that's a whole nother video. But anyway, getting back on topic, my apologies. To make the modern narrative work, you have to one also revise all of them. Most, I'm not gonna, let me not say most importantly, but one just one aspect to keep in mind is how it's the name game and it's revising identities. Hence why the first part is know who is Shem. What's Shem? What does Shem look like? Who is Shem? Who's actually Shemitic? This is the revision of Shem. Because now Shem is essentially your fucking Indo-European, Indo-Iranian, or Indo. There's another Indo fucking type I can't remember, but those peoples are now considered Semites, and well, that's just fucking dumb. But neither here or there. Let's continue. And also Shem being in the background, the black hand to the other Shemitic tribes who just fucking hate us, I guess. Masons and education. According to this essay titled The Freemasonry and the Development of Greek Letter Fraternities by this dude, you look that up. It has been long known and documented that fraternities and Masonic lodges have enduring ties and history with one another, going as far back as the 17th century, having existed in the College of New Jersey, Yale College, and the College of William and Mary. Many of the most prominent figures in American history were Masons and even Grand Master Masons as well. Such examples including George Washington and Andrew Jackson. So like the country was founded by Masons. Therefore, everything was going to directly tie back and go back to Masons, Freemasons, Master Masons, whatever. It just secret societies and occult groups. It always ties back to them. If this country is founded by them, don't you think they wouldn't want to maintain an active level of current control over the system we have in place right now? We live in the beast system. People don't even really think that, but quite literally, we live in the beast system. Like ignoring the whole fucking JC New Testament BS. It's like we live in the beast system currently as is because one, you basically damn near need permission to literally do anything to exercise your own freedoms as an actual adult. Two, we live in a society of fucking revolving suffering and pain. Whether it's the pain of lost ones, not being able to heal and recover from fucking traumatic experiences, not having the mental health you need, emotional suffering. It's just pain. It's a pain and suffering feedback loop. You know that goes and goes and goes and continues non fucking stop. It keeps going. There is no peace in this kind of society. There is no peace in its non-stop suffering and pain. This is the fucking beast system. If you're not actively slaving away, you don't get to eat. If you're not actively selling your own years, the years and hours of your life away, you don't get to live in a shitbox. You get to basically live and die of hunger. It's like unless you're prepared to fully separate, which is what I'm planning on doing with a few loved ones and companions, you are forever enslaved to the system. There is no freedom. You have no agency and you don't get any choice. You are permanently stuck like this. You are. And it's only going to get worse and worse. We're frogs in a boiling pot. With the plan that's been instituted by the fallen and the serpents and traitorous men, they have an untold amount of patience and they've been slowly unrolling this out as the decades go by. Right now, we're seeing how bad it is, but it's just going to continue getting worse and worse. Hence why we live in the fucking beast system. It's ran by masons, occultists, literal fucking demons, fallen angels, and literal fucking serpents. It's literally like we live in a literal. It's like it's the meta is fucked. I'm just gonna pardon my language. It's that simple. It is screwed. It really is. And a genre switch into the world that we're gonna start living into come this year and come all the events that have been happening as of lately in the past literal fucking I guess literally decade. It's going to grow at an exponential rate. Just keep that in mind. So again, a nation created by Masons is going to continue that agenda set in place by said Masons. This was never a free country. This was never a free state. This was never a land of opportunity. This is just the next step in the coming plans they have. That's all this has ever been. It's just experimentation and a fucking beast system that's built off of suffering and pain, denial of freedom, and enslavement. That is it. Even look at that open secret of their existence. Origins. The Mason Freemasonry is the oldest fraternal society in the District of Columbia, so fucking Washington D.C., and models itself after the medieval guild system. Prospective candidates petition to join a lodge and are initiated into Freemasonry in three steps referred to as degrees. Each degree introduces a candidate to different moral and ethical lessons that are depicted through dramatic plays. Candidates are then taught the various signs, symbols, and secret modes of recognition for the respective degrees. They advance once they are found proficient in the preceding degree. The fraternity became popular in England and Scotland during the 18th century and spread into Western Europe and the Americas. American lodges formerly mostly in cosmopolitan areas like Boston, New York, and Philadelphia, where they attracted men in the middle and upper classes who could afford initiation fees and annual dues. Notable early members included Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, and Paul Revere, who joined lodges near their respective homes to improve their social standing. Fraternity values and principles steeped into Enlightenment philosophy and liberal blah blah blah. Yeah. So remember how we just read that essay about Benjamin Franklin and how we said, oh, all Europe is basically basically fucking melanated, but but England, right? And we know that Masons had the propensity to lie, and also the fact that they swear secret oaths that they cannot break, and also the God they worship is just basically a fallen fucking angel and the devil, if you will. So it's like they are to lie and be truthful at the same time. It's their paradoxical nature because that's how they work their fucking magic. It's how they work their fucking schemes. It's what they do. And look at that. Masons say they're needed more now than ever. So why are their ranks dwindling? This is back in 2020, November 28th, 1959. About 4.5% of all American men who were Freemasons, but in recent years, membership has fallen off roughly 75%, above the Scottish Rite Temple in Washington, D.C. So look, we have a fucking Masonic temple in Washington, D.C., and you mean to tell me, oh, this nation was founded by righteous men who wanted religious freedom and liberty. Oh man, it's education system got us fucked up. I'll say that much. It do. It do. People gotta read. Freemasons have long wielded the qualities of most irresistible to thriller writers and conspiracy theorists. Secrecy, secrecy, politics, power, and celebrity. Among their members are founding fathers, presidents, musicians, artists, and businessmen. But today, as membership plummets within one of the most internet, blah blah. Anyway, so of course we're gaslighted into thinking, oh, we're just making a big deal over nothing. But quite literally, they indulge in secrecy. They indulge in secrecy, politics, power, and celebrity. The members include presidents, musicians, artists, and businessmen. Basically, the majority of the ruling class in America are Masons. If they're not Masons, they're part of fraternities, which are also just Masons and training, or just other branch. It's just secret societies and the occult that run American politics and just run society as a whole. On the world is a stage, as they like to fucking say, and they're all actors in the stage, and it's nothing but fucking tragedy again and again and again. It's a reoccurring fucking theme. That's what they do. Pardon me. They knew even then. The anti-Masonic Party was the earliest third party in the United States. Formerly a single issue party, it strongly opposed Freemasonry in the United States. It was active from the late 1820s, especially in the Northeast, and later attempted to become a major party by expanding its platform to take positions on other issues. It declined quickly after 1832 as most of its members joined the new Whig Party. It disappeared after 1838. So look, that was founded first in 1828, 196 years ago, and had a second founding in 1872. Then it first dissolved in 1840, then 1888. Huh. It merged into the Whig Party, which later fell out of favor and basically ended up, yeah, I could be wrong, though. I might be wrong about that, but still. The fact that, look at that. American school, anti elitism, anti Jacksonism, and anti Masonry. In New York. The three leaders right here Solomon, that, Thurlow, Boop, William. The party was founded following the disappearance of William Morgan, a former Mason who had become a prominent critic of the Masonic organization. Hmm, yeah, sus. Many believe that Masons had murdered Morgan for speaking out against Masonry. Subsequently, many churches and other groups condemned the Masonry. As many Masons were prominent businessmen and politicians, the backlash against the Masons were also a form of anti-elitism. Huh. Anti-elitism. And the elite took control fucking everything, so think about that. The anti-Masons purported that Masons posed a threat to American republicanism. by secretly trying to control the government. Furthermore, there was a strong fear that Masonry was hostile to Christianity. Oh man. Like how they mentioned, they didn't say American democracy at the time. It's a republic. We've always been a republic. So republicanism. Hostile. That's funny. It was very funny. Mass opposition to Masonry eventually coalesced into a political party. Before and during the presidency of John Quincy Adams, there was a period of political realignment. The Anti-Masons emerged as an important third-party alternative to Andrew Jackson's Democrats and Adams' National Republicans. In New York, the Anti-Masons supplanted the National Republicans as the primary opposition to the Democrats. After experiencing unexpected success in the 1828 elections, the anti-Masons adopted positions on other issues, most notably support for internal improvements, protective tariff, and a protective tariff. Huh? Yeah, I could look this up because they did exist and now they're no longer in existence. But people who were, I guess, supposedly outside the system knew even then of what they were trying to do. And of course, they're going to tell you about it now because it's long over with and they control everything now. If they were so hard pressed about anti elitism and the Masons then, it makes sense why they're doing it now. It does. Funny. Very funny. The nations who oppress us, many of which who are a part of the Masons. As we've seen in the public view of who controls the information, in the background we have the nations of Psalms 83. Edom, which is Rome, Latins, Shem; Ishmael, Afro-Arabs, Shem; Moab, Moors, Mers, Shem; Amalek, Esau, Canaan, Shem and Ham; the Philistines, the Peleshti, Ham; Ammon, Lot, Shem; Jabal, Phoenicians, Canaan, Ham and possibly Japheth; Tyr, Phoenicians and Canaans, Ham, Japheth; Asher, Sem's second born son, Shem; the Hagarenes, Ishmael and Japheth. Japheth, possible, yeah, probably Japhetic, because I'm gonna say these are the fathers right here. Would be fathers. Hagarenes, Ishmael, and Japheth. So these are the nations of Psalms 83 who control public information and who are in the background. Look how many fucking other Shemites are actively working against us, you know. Now I'm not saying, I've never said, nor am I not saying, no, that the sons of Shem, Japheth, and Ham can't get along because we should be. We are all serve. We can all serve the Most High. It's simply put, we serve the Most High, the Ishid Eloha, Eloah, Haya Haya, Hayah Hayah. We serve Him. That's literally our design purpose in life is to serve Him, give Him glory, right? It's like we should all be able to work together. But it's like look at the fact of how many Shemite groups that also just outright just don't fucking like us. They hate us. They do. Along with the Grecians who are Greeks who are of Javan and Kittim who are of Japheth, along with Gog and Magog who are Japheth, these are the nations that have changed history. As they are confederate against us, they fight among even themselves. They fight among themselves and even have swapped and changed their own names among themselves. The modern narrative wouldn't work if the modern narrative wouldn't work if they didn't change everyone, including themselves, change their names. So look, we literally have Edom, which is Rome, Latins, you know, Japheth, Shem altogether, Shem and Japheth, Edom, Ishmael, which is Shem, Moab, Shem, Amalek, Canaan and Shem, Esau and Canaan, Shem and Ham, the Philistines, Peleshti, Ham, Ammon, Lot, Shem, Jabal, Phoenicians, Canaan, Ham, Tyr, Phoenicians, Canaan, Ham, Japheth, Asher, Shem's second-born son, Shem, and the Hagarene, Ishmael, Japheth, Shem. Asher being the father of the Assyrians and Assyria. Keep that in mind. So these are this is the table of Psalms 83. All these nations that don't like us. That's the understatement. They hate us, simply put. They hate God, and they couldn't get to God. They hate the Most High, the Ishi, the Eloah, the Most High, Hayah Hayah, Praise the Most High, hey hey. They hate him. Instead of being able to get to him, they go after us and have taken. And remember Psalms 83. Let their name be no more made in remembrance. Cut them off from being a nation. What is a good chunk of Afro Americans today? Nationless and non remembered as an actual people. And that's due to, again, we suffer from our own curses at hand on top of that too. As much as they do hate the most high, we are also responsible for our own predicament in this situation as is, because the sins of our forefathers, if they didn't want to follow the law, and as the Most High says, I will revisit the sins of your fathers upon the third and fourth generations. And when that keeps happening again and again, it grows exponentially. And with the curses placed upon us by our own ancestors, righteous Israelites who didn't want us to fall into wickedness, it exacerbates the condition that we are currently in. More or less, we are facing judgment for the sins of our fathers and our own sins that we are currently committing ourselves until we all can return, not all of us, until there is but a remnant to return to the Most High. Some will return and some will not return based on either they choice, really. They get the decision. Free will. You can return to the Most High with this information, or you can just ignore this all and keep doing what you're doing. It's your life. But that's what I'm emphasizing, getting at here is what I'm saying. So keep that in mind. They have conspired to take us down, and it was allowed because we fell into sin and we fell from grace, and we were committing abominations and debauchery and what have you. Like looking into the book and reading the Tanakh, you can see that as a nation, we were fucking up a lot. Part of my language. We were making a lot of mistakes and we were fucking up. Not even mistakes. Some of us were just intentionally just being fucking evil. Just fucking bad, I guess. We were just. I can see why the Most High was so angry. I can't see why completely, but I can have a small infinitesimal idea. And it's like, as a nation, our ancestors really kept fucking up and they kept on provoking him. Hence why us being in this current condition, it is deserved, because yeah, we didn't want to follow the commandments. We didn't want to be righteous. We didn't want to do the sacrifices. We didn't want to follow the ordinances. So what happens? Punishments, curses, and judgment fall upon us. That simple. And the Most High will often just it. I'm not gonna say often. In times, he will just send other nations to just go beat us the fuck up. He will go do that. And like look what happened to us now. Essentially, what's happening right now. The Sons of 83. The righteous are more or less basically untouchable as long as they remain righteous and humble and just following the Most High, just obeying him. You start fucking up and you start intentionally doing wrong and start intentionally sinning, and while being unrepentant and further committing abominations, you lose that immune ability, or you lose that immunity, and then you become tangible and touchable. Hence why they were able to more or less get the hands on us. Also, again, we essentially are the closest to the Most High in the earthly fashion. We used to have the cities where if you want to read the scripture and follow and know the Most High, you come to us and we can teach you, and then you can take those teachings and move them elsewhere, or we could come with you and teach. No, with us no longer being that moral foundation in the world, it falls into sin, into chaos, and as it stated, I gave the world into the hands of the wicked. So right now it's just wickedness, ain't no righteousness anywhere really. It's very, very sparse, very sparse. So that's an understatement. So these are the nations of Psalms 83 that hate us, hate the Most High. So in turn, they will end up hating us because we're the closest to Him, and we are punished because of, again, the sins of our fathers. I will revisit the sins of your fathers and the punishments and judgments upon you in the third and fourth generations. With many generations happening again and again, that grows exponentially worse and worse. I'll revisit upon you those, what was it, twice fold, double? I can't remember, but it's severe. severe punishments, And all we could really blame is, ourselves really, and that, it should motivate us to strive towards righteousness. What I'm trying to do, just be righteous, cling to the Most High, correct the mistakes of our fathers, and find favor in His eyes, and seek forgiveness and being humble and righteous. Follow the follow the laws. There is no new covenant. There is only the old one, the one that we established with the Most High via Moses upon the mountain, Mount Sinai, in those days during Exodus. The new one has not been negotiated. Don't know now what happened, but the currently one stands that was given to us by Moses. When we gotta follow the Ten Commandments. It's that simple. All right, let me stop my ramble. Let's go on. Our family hates us. Now knowing that Shem is Afro-Asiatic in the literal sense of the term, we must look to the Semitic nations of Psalms 83, who have aided in us being removed from our ancestral lands and history. Seeing all of these being of Afro peoples, one should begin to question just how many of these nations live among us. For Shem is a genetic archetype which causes all of us to bear some resemblance. It dictates the importance of bloodline and family name. All Israelites are Shem, but not all Shem is Israel. Edom, which is Rome, that is Esau, our forefather's brother. Ishmael, which is the Afro Arab, brother to Isaac, our forefather's father. Uncle. Moab and Ammon, who are the Moors, Mers, children of Lot, who was our forefather's second cousin. Amalek, which is Esau, and our cousins. Amalek, which is Esau, and our forefather's brother with Canaan. Asher, who is the second born son of Shem, and is the progenitor of Assyria and our former captor. So those right there are all the Shemite tribes that have disdain for us, and who've also become confederate with all the other nations against us. And remember, all Israelites are Shem. All Israelites are Shemitic. We are Shemitic. We're Afro-Asian. All Israelites are Shemitic because we are the line of our father. But not all of Shem is Israel. We may bear a lot of genetic similarities and we may look alike, but all of Shem is not Israel. It is not. Only Israelites are Shemitic, and that's it. Of the 12 tribes, if you have a father who's an Israelite, you are an Israelite because you are the seed of your father. And that's just literally how, as the Most High commanded and ordained it, that's how bloodlines work. You are the line of your father. You can't take an Israelite woman and take a non-Israelite man and make an Israelite. Like you take an Israelite woman and an Ishmael man or an Ishmaelite man, you're gonna get an Ishmaelite. Same with like you take like an Israelite woman and you take a Hamite man, you get a Hamite. Only the men bear the seed. That is it. That's strictly how it works. That's literally how. There's no change in it. It's literally how it works. Hence why we were split apart, and hence why again, as most I literally and we made it so. I pollute my inheritance. So there is no such thing as a purebred Israelite anymore. Let's keep that in mind. We're all mixed. I will sow the seed of Judah with that of Ephraim, and I'll sow that seed with that the seed of man, and I'll sow that seed with that the seed of beast. So we are all mixed. We all have something in us. We're all admixtures at this point. There's some resemblance in terms of, I guess, core genetic structuring, but hence why, again, family name, bloodline name, or bloodline is important to know. It's the confusion of faces. You could trace somewhat of where your lineage comes from, but not accurately as it once was. Also, just the sheer amount of people nowadays. But yeah, genetic archetype. Just like Ham is its own genetic archetype and Japheth is its own. That's just what it is. And also how we were removed from our lands. Edom is Rome, sons of Esau. The Torah.com, Esau, the ancestor of Rome. In the Bible, Esau was the ancestor of Edomites who lived on Mount Seir, southwest of Judah. So, how did the rabbis come to associate Esau with Edom with Rome? Two main factors are at work here: Christianity and Herod. Now, Herod was a Roman king, and also, guess who introduced the world to Christianity first and foremost? Romans, who are Edomites, destroyed the world essentially. And you can look at that. Conscious Lifestyle, the other website. This is back in 2016. Esau, the father of Rome, Greece, and Christianity. He wasn't the father of Greece. They bit off the Grecians. I'll say that. Rome, they were biting styles hard. The Hebrew word Edom means red and is derived from the name of the original founder, whose name was Esau, referred to in the book of Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 1 through 21. Edom meaning the one who sold his birthright for a bowl of red stew, being the opposer who was hostile against Jacob, Israel, his brother. So again, it's known. Like you can look this up. Edom is Esau, or Esau is Rome. Edom is Rome. It's simple. And also in the Jew, you can also look into the Jewish Encyclopedia, courtesy of Luxwell. Thank you. You can look up in that, and you can see how I can't remember which organization did it, but they removed all references of Esau. They removed all references of Edom and replaced it with Rome. I think in terms of the New Testament. So no, not New. I could be wrong, but they do explicitly state that Rome is a placeholder name for Edom. So keep that in mind. And also Rome rewriting history. Now I don't know how many people know of this figure right here, but Isidore Seville. I don't know how you pronounce it, but Isidore, born 1630 or not born. Well, pardon me. Latin Isidorus Hispalensis, circa 560 to April 4th, 1636. I guess I don't know how old he was a Hispano-Roman scholar, theologian, and Archbishop of Seville. He is widely regarded as in the words of 19th century historian Montalembert, the last scholar of the ancient world. So basically, he is the guy who essentially penned this map, or he was the originator of this map right here. Keep that in mind. And he was a Latin. He was a Hispano, so meaning he was from one of the Gothic tribes that became Romanized during the time. He's a Romanized Gothic scholar. Let's keep it simple. Being taught by the Edomites, and you see the map right here. Uh, Orients. I can't pronounce the other ones, but yeah. But this T and O map from 1472, from the first printed version of Isidore Seville's Etymology, a book that he wrote, identifies the three known continents as populated by Sem, Shem, Iapheth, Japheth, and Cham, Ham. So, Shem is in Asia. It's not Europe. Shem's Asia. But at the same time, the Shemites were also in Asia at the same fucking time. They were also there. Remember, he's a Hispano-Roman scholar, so Rome, they like to change. They fucked a lot of things up in terms of how, in terms of just historical narrative. They did. And Africa, Cham being Ham, it's just they did a lot of changing of things. I'll just say that. So keep that in mind. Rome rewriting history. He was educated by the Romans. Before that, he was a Gothic Germanic child of probably royalty who learned under Roman scholarship and became a theologian, Archbishop of Seville. And look at the garb he's wearing. Or this is how they depict him in 1655, depicted by Bartolomeu Esteban Murillo. So, looking at that, and also how he has the fucking crucifix on him, he was a Christian. Simple. And Christians, or not maybe, Christians got the same fucking thing. Basically, not the same thing, but it's the New Testament, the New Test, and how they went in with the new and out with the old, and they changed history. That fucking simple. That simple. Deception. Just as the God they worship is the great deceiver, they deceive and they teach deception. Robe of the Latin falsehood. Pardon me. The etymology, Gia, and for etymology is also known as the origines or origins, is an etymological encyclopedia compiled by the influential Christian bishop Isidore Seville towards the end of his life. Isidore was encouraged to write the book by his friend Braulio, Bishop of Saragossa. The etymology was summarized and organized a wealth of knowledge from hundreds of classical sources. Three of his books derived largely from Pliny the Elder's natural history. Isidore acknowledges Pliny but not his other principal sources, namely Cassiodorus, Servius, and Gaius Julius Salinius. So he basically took a big chunk of his fucking sources and inspiration and compiled it all together, from mainly Pliny and also these other guys, fucking Romans. So again, Rome and Edom and Kittim working together and changing history essentially, shaping history in the way they saw fit because they were the runners at the time. Remember, they were the dominant forces in history at the time period this is all taking place. So they got to rewrite and change history. The victor writes history. Remember that. In Spania, Latin province Provincia Spaniae was a province of the Eastern Roman Empire from 1552 until 1624. So more or less, he was actually born around the same time period. Actually, yeah, he was. In the south of the Iberian Peninsula in the Balearic Islands. It was established by Emperor Justinian I in an effort to restore the western provinces of the empire. Province of Spania, Provincia Spaniae, province of the Byzantium Roman Empire. And also, they spoke fucking Greek, so this is just the Greeks, man, Greeks and fucking Romans. The Grecian and the Edom or Edomites. What I'm basically trying to point out and say with this slide is the fact that you look back enough and far enough in history, and like how I told you beforehand, Edom is one of the tribes. Edom is on the list of Psalms 83. They're on that list, and Edom worked closely and were heavily inspired from, and also later on conquering the Greeks, the Grecians, where they learned a lot of their fucking shtick from. So it wouldn't be too far to make the case and point that they did work together to establish and create the New Testament, more or less entrapping and snaring both the peoples, the Israelites, and the Judeans, along with the rest of the world into the fucking JC trap, is what I'm saying. Japheth and Ham working, my bad. Japheth and Shem working together in the wrong context, or in the bad context, of course. You know, Hispania, the Ostrogothic peoples, Ostrogoths or Visigoth. Gothic peoples, basically. Thank you. I just read that. We're taken by the Visigoths. So they're Visigothic. You know, peoples who end up later fucking sacking and destroying Rome anyway. Which they were Japheth from the north, working with Japheth of the islands, the Kittim, the Greeks, working with fucking Shem, Edom, to rewrite history is what I'm basically getting at, is what I'm saying. Rome and the Latin Fossa, the Latins, that's what they were. And Lusitanians and all that. Ishmael, the Afro-Arab nomads. Ishmael being the son of Abraham and Hagar, this would make him Afro-Asiatic in appearance. Now Hagar, there's like a lot of debate on what she was, but I'm pretty sure they said she was an Egyptian. If she's not an Egyptian, she's some sort of Hamite, but I could be wrong completely. But he was the son of Abraham, and also would make him Afro-Asiatic in appearance. You are the seed of your father, so he's one of the sons of Abraham. He's Afro-Asiatic. You can grow an afro. He is also the father of the 12 chieftains who would rule the 12 tribes who inhabit land spanning from Havilah by Shur, which is close to Egypt, all the way to Asher. Genesis 25:18. That's interesting, to keep note of that. Pardon me. Because there are two Havilas and two Ethiopias, but those are two. That's a whole different can of worms right there. But Havilah by Shur, which is close to Egypt, all the way to Asher. Genesis 25:18. Shur is known to be a desert region according to the Strong's Concordance, the desert of Havilah possibly belonging to the son of Cush by the same name or possibly an eastern region, but it is also bordered on by the land of Asher, which is Assyria. Afro-Arabs are nomadic in culture and have strong ties to Islam and similar traditions. Now we know Islam is basically just devil worship with just a few extra steps that people don't really understand. So they fell off on the wayside fucking hard. I'll say that much. But my general idea and theory is that building off of what Lex had mentioned about Africa being the land of Assyria because the Senegal being named after Sennacherib, or vice versa, Sennacherib being named after the Senegal River. Okay, they're mixed up. I think that Ishmael's lot is basically from. I think Ishmael's lot would be considered the what we call modern Africa, what we would call modern Egypt to like. It spans from modern Egypt to. Because I think modern Egypt is actually the ancient land of Avila. I could be wrong, but fucking name game. Shur is known to be a desert region. The land of Avila possibly belonging to the son of Cush of the same name, or possibly an eastern region, but also bordered on the land of. Because the modern Egypt is basically just a fucking. Is basically a prop land set, and Ishmael dwelt in the desert, or he inhabited he inherited the desert region. So my guess is his land territory probably spans from what we call modern day Egypt, or possibly Havilah or Shur, all the way through basically from that region, going through the Arabian Peninsula and ending on the border of Pakistan is probably his inheritance. That's my guess. But I think that's his a lot that's his allotment. So from modern day Egypt or what would be Havilah, this is just a guess. Possibly because Havilah possibly belonged to the son of Cush by the same name. That makes a lot. Okay. So possibly from there to the land of Pakistan, or what we call modern day Pakistan, from there to modern Egypt would be so. Yeah, from Kush, which would be modern Egypt, I think I could be wrong. To Pakistan, I think is his actual allotment because he land spanning from Shur, but land spanning from Havilah by Shur, which is close to Egypt. If Egypt's in India, if southern India is Egypt, from what we're guessing, Sinum. No, not it's. I could be wrong. I gotta. I'm probably gonna do another video on this separate video on like where Ishmael originally was from. But yeah. Anyway, Ishmael's Afro-Arab, Afro-Arab nomads, and you can see you look up Afro-Arabs in like high places, and you'll see Afro-Asiatic people, or as you call quote unquote black people. Yeah. Now, the Afro-Arab groups, they can be found in the following nations: the UAE and Yemen, Saudi Arabia, Oman, Kuwait, Qatar, Somalia, modern Egypt, and Sudan. And the languages spoken by them include Arabic, Teta, Hausa, Fula, Swahili, Comorian, Wolof, and Somali. So, uh, pardon me, I think that I could be very wrong, but I think the people who live in these regions, at least the Afro Asiatic peoples who live in these regions, are Ishmaelites. I could be very wrong, but this is just a theory that I'm going strongly with. I'm probably going to do a separate video to compile it all together, information I found on it, but yes. And languages spoke about them, we know Arabic is a Shemitic language. The rest of these, however, are quote unquote African, but I am going to research them, full of being an interesting one, along with Somali. Now, the Moors, descendants of Lot. Lot had two sons with his daughters in drunkenness, and those two were Moab and Ammon. They would go on to take wives from Canaan and begin their respective nations. They had also been a mighty people throughout history. They had taken their land from giants living there previously by the Most High. In Deuteronomy 2 and 20, you can see how they gained their land of inheritance by killing off the giants that were living there previously. In the modern era, it has been claimed and cross-referenced that the Moors in history are the descendants of the Moabites and Ammonites. This claim coming from the Moorish Science Temple, which plenty of evidence to back it up. So you can look it up. There's an essay I found. I'm going to share the link in the description. That I just found research. I was like, who are the? I think the question asked was do the Moors come? Are the Moors descendants of Lot? And I think finding that essay more or less pointed out the fact that it's a long one. It's an essay and a website. I'm pretty sure I bookmarked it. It's an essay and a website that showcase all this extensive research that this guy had done, basically connecting the dots of information that the Moors descended from the Moors descend from Lot. They're Moabites and Ammonites. And part of the reason I can actually understand why we're not allowed to intermarry with the Moors is the fact that their forefathers had one they're products of incest, and two they're products of direct incest. I'll say that because like the whole cousin thing, I don't know, that's iffy, but I'll say they're products of incest, and two, yeah, they intermarried into Canaan heavily. They took on many wives from Canaan and had children with them, and it's like we're not supposed we were committed not to intermingle with Canaan, and if you have Moors doing that very thing, intermingling with Canaan, well, you can't intermingle with them either, as per commandment. I think that's not the specific reason why we're not supposed to do it, but knowing this, it gives it a lot more evidence and credence to back it up. It's kind of like that story in was it Numbers? It was either in Numbers or in I don't remember which book it was, but it was basically about it was over the no, never mind. That'll be a separate video because I have to find it back. But it was just one interesting one. But the Moors are descendants of Lot. The Afro-Arab Ishmael. Keeping that in mind, and they probably did intermingle with each other. I can see that happening too. Yeah. Assyria, Asher's dominion of Africa. Asher, yeah, his name. Asher is the second son of Shem, a forefather to a branch of Shemites such as Arphaxad. Let me read that again. Asher is the second born son of Shem, or the second begotten son of Shem, a forefather to a branch of Shemites, such as how Arphaxad is our forefather after Shem. Meaning there are numerous amounts of Assyrians of different families that fall under his name alone. As you can see on the right, this is our lineage from this is our lineage. This is our lineage from Afrixad, our Faxad, showcasing how many generations would also span from Asher. So, knowing how our line comes from Afrixad, you replace his name with Asher, and you would basically see, if not many as or more lineages descending from him. Because as it goes from Shem to Joseph, you have Shem, Arphaxad, Salah, Eber, Peleg, Ru, Sarug, Nahor, Terah, Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and then Joseph. That's one, two, three, or hmm, one, two, three, four, five, six, seven, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 11 from Arphaxad, and we're 12 from Shem. So we're 12. Uh, yeah, we're basically, I guess, 12 lineages from Shem, and we're 11 from Arphaxad. Since Joseph, the father of Esau and the father of Ephraim and Manasseh. Let me correct myself. So, oh yeah, also just getting to how Assyria is Assyria's dominion of Africa. The Fulani are Assyrians. They are basically known as one of the most dominant tribes of African peoples, quote unquote. And we'll get into it. How the Fulani conquered West Africa. This is in 2019. Oh, look at that name, Isaac. History, Islam, and rise to dominance. The origins of the Fulani people are unclear till today, and that's partly because, as a nomadic herding people, they have moved through and been part of many cultures. However, it is concluded that they came from Morocco and settled at the Yalan, at the Futa Dalan, in present-day Guinea. Fulani culture continued to emerge in the upper Niger area and the Senegal rivers. Okay, I missed that when I read the first time, but after seeing some of Alexa's recent videos, that makes sense. Wow. Continued The Fulani culture continued to emerge in the upper Niger area and the Senegal rivers. The Fulani were herders who shared their lands with other nearby groups. They started expanding to the east and west due to the availability of grazing lands in the Sahel and around it. A good number of them took to farming, and this led to a division among the Fulani, where individuals were classified into expansionist nomadic herders and those who settled in towns. This cultural interaction with the people of that region, Senegal, is probably the reason why the Fulani culture and languages in the language are similar to that of the people of Senegal. This happened before their subsequent expansion throughout much of West Africa. Okay, I did not see that. So more or less, yeah, it's probably just different families of Asher living amongst each other and conglomerating into one actual nation or one cultural identity. Because the presence of them emerging into the Senegal Reef and the Senegal rivers in Upper Niger showcases that, as well as the people of Senegal being like, look at that interaction of peoples. Huh? Yeah, the Fulani are Syrians, and also their rise to dominance. In the Fulani, the emergence of Islam. The Fulani were the first to accept Islam in West Africa, and according to David Levison, made them feel a cultural and religious superiority to surrounding peoples, and that adoption became a major ethnic boundary markers between them and other West African ethnic groups. Well, Assyria was an empire, and they were conquering a lot of fucking people, and they were building great structures. So I could definitely see that being the case. The settled and nomadic Fulani became political and warring entities armed with horses and equipment of war from North Africa. The wars were not merely between the Fulani and other groups, but also between pastoral and sedentary Fulani, where sometimes they worked together and sometimes the Muslim Fulani leaders attacked the nomadic Fulani's infidels. Hmm. Okay, so yeah, definitely Assyrians. The Futa Toro region was established in the 1500s by the Dynasty dynasty built out the Fulani and Madinka forces. This area was known as the Empire of the Great Fulo, who fought with neighboring Mali and Songhai for territorial and trading rights. Hmm. Okay, 1625. Amistad, which happened probably a good few hundred years after, but still. Songhai, Mosai, you can see all the little. You might have to zoom in, but you can see all that. Look at it. Jukun. It's an interesting name. Shira, Kabi, Mali, Monk, Messina. The Fulani were eventually successful in raiding and violently disrupting the trade routes of older African kingdoms, thus beginning their rise. In the 15th century, the Fulani challenged the Songhai Empire for trading rights but were repulsed. However, in 1493, Askia Muhammad led the Fulani people from western Sudan over time gained control of much of the Songhai Empire, removing Sunni Baru, who attempted to protect the interests of pastoralists. Askia Muhammad also controlled the caravan trade. Hmm. Yeah, they're Assyrians. Now, this is where I will say check out Lex's videos because he goes into a deeper. He goes into it much deeper than I have. That's why I recommend checking out his channel and watching more of his videos because he does a much deeper dive on it. But yes, now let's get into Japheth. Now that first part of the video is about an hour long, hour and 6 minutes. Oh, 2 hours. Holy crap! Oh, apologies, folks. All right, Lies of Japheth. Who is Japheth? Deliberate false history, the prophecy of Japheth from Noah, Gog and Magog, Scythians of Siberia, the Indo-Aryan, European, and Iranian. Okay, I knew I was missing one. The Yamnaya, and the lies of the Grecian Kittim. The Hellenization of everything. The modern world that we do experience around us is heavily influenced, or better yet, built around the lifestyle of the Greeks and Romans and their cultures. We literally basically live like in the new Rome and new Greece, We do. I know we say Babylon, there are, you have the Babylon mystery schools who rule over us, but much of our lifestyle was reminiscent of that of the Greeks and of the Romans. It is, I'm not going to lie to you. We partake in many of the same activities in day to day they do in terms of entertainment, societal structure, day to day life. With the theater replaced by films, gladiators replaced by athletes and icons, and so forth. Now, in terms of dealing with the modern narrative, it is very much built upon the lies of the Greeks and Romans, in that one of the perpetuating lies is the New Testament, which was written by the Greeks and then Romanized for the world to receive. The bastardization of our history, done so by the Greeks with the rebranding of their idols Dionysus Serapis into what we know as Jesus today, the syncretism of our culture with that the wicked. So, we live in a very Greek Roman styled lifestyle society, you know. And granted, we have like actual, I guess plumbing and electricity, so there's that. But more or less, nothing's really changed in terms of just how we kind of live. You know, there's not as much to sensory. I'll say that much. Sanitation is a great thing to have, but at the same time, there's not many actual differences. Theater is replaced by film, and fucking just watching streams and videos and shit. Gladiators and fucking basically just new age athletes or old age athletes nowadays, and icons being the upper class, and politicians and artisans and what fucking have you. It really is a Greek style life that we do live by. We do, and don't even get me started on the whole fucking. This is gonna be a sensitive topic, but it's gonna be a video for later. But monogamy. A quick side note: much of the world was into polygyny before the advent of Greek, Roman, and similar influences spread about. Like, now, I don't want to turn this into a whole, oh yeah, every man deserves to have multiple wives, but at the same time, it's like inherently monogamy is not of our culture. Specifically, a lot of Afro American men aren't built for monogamous relationships. They're not. I say it in the sense that we have the capability to handle more than one woman, and also at the same time, not only that, the reason why men and women participate in polygamous relationships, such as a man with multiple wives, is to also one, have multiple children, and to build wealth and success in a broader family, to share the labor on the household, and as well as provide better and adequate care for the children, woman, involved in said relationship, as well as securing inheritance and societal and structural and community planning. It's not just about, oh yeah, man, all these babes, so I can have as much sex as I want. But it's like, no, it's about family and actual building. It's about actual family building and restructuring and organizing a stronger community. It wasn't until the advent of Romanization and Hellenization that monogamy became the norm and was enforced. You know, and even then, a lot of those political leaders at the time during the Greek and Roman era, they weren't monogamous. Instead of just taking on another wife, they enjoyed to have young children as lovers. Let's not ignore that. As opposed to just getting another consenting adult woman to partake in a righteous style of living, such as a growing larger family, a multiple wife household with the strong leadership of a man and responsible, beautiful children, they were fucking pedophiles. Like pedophilia was like an open fucking norm. Like the whole thing with the Catholic Church loving little boys and shit. That came from the Romans, and the Romans got that idea from the Greeks. See, it was okay, like, you can have more than one woman. All right, I'm not saying monogamy is a fucking horrible thing. Like, some men just really want one woman. That's understandable. Some women just want monogamy. That's completely valid. That's fine. But at the same time, to be tongue in cheek about, monogamy is the right way to go, and you should only have only one wife, while you're out here being a fucking pedo to younger children, or more in particular, they were fond of little boys. To me, that's fucking backwards. Like, that's what the fuck justifies that? Like, it's why you look down upon a man who has multiple wives and beautiful children, but in turn, you have a singular wife who takes care of probably one, if not more, multiple children and all the household duties and chores and labors upon her, and you basically have a fucking boy lover or a little girl or a little girl lover, and it's like, yeah, this is completely fine, it's justified. They're children. It's not the same. My guy, that's fucking horrible. That is depraved. That is fucking wicked. Like that is wicked. You know. If anything, that was probably some of the inspiration. Like that. I don't know. Like that. You wonder why a lot of celebrities move like that today, and why people think it's reprehensible in reality. They're moving like how the Greeks were moving fucking millennia prior. They had they were doing this. They've been doing this for fucking centuries, if not millennia. Like open pedophilia, basically. That's what they're pushing for nowadays with dropping the age of consent and like teaching children sexuality. When it's like this is literally what the fucking Greeks and Romans were doing in those days. This is literally what they're fucking doing. Or I think it was one of the Roman emperors. Was it Nero? Was it? Lost his fucking marbles. Found a young boy who looked like his wife. Had him castrated and was just basically you know being fucking butt buddies. It's like that. I wasn't trying to say the fucking term, but that came at you. I'm sorry, but it's like, this is not progress. This is literally we're going back to how the Romans and the Greeks were fucking living with extra steps and just a fancy sheet of makeup. So it's like the Hellenization of everything. This is Greek culture. This is Roman culture. When people are talking about how bad it's getting and all the depravity, where the fuck do you think this came from? This is literally Greek and Roman. This is how they lived in those times. We see it as barbaric, but yet we're emulating the same things in just different ways. Fucking gladiators, we don't got those. We got athletes. You know, we have all these different sports. Look at the fucking stadiums, just multiple coliseums. It just easy surface level shit. But like one of the more complex shit, like, but like talk about the more complex things, like again, relationship relationship structures such as monogamy versus polygyny. It gets touchy feely because you can't talk about it because this is just wrong. Even though in reality, this isn't wrong. If it's ordained by the Most High to say, hey, you could go have another wife, but you are required to take care of her, you can have one. It's not right. It's not wicked. Like he even goes a step further and says, any woman you decide to sleep with without her father's knowledge, you gotta marry. You have to marry and you have to give him a dowry because all right, you defrauded my little girl. All right, she's a woman now. You have to marry her and take care of her, and I want dowry. You have to pay me. You share like you see what I mean? Like there is no there wasn't no such thing as quote unquote sexual liberties that go be had and just be a fucking degenerate. Unlike what the Greeks and what the Romans were doing at the time. You know, again they preached for and they practiced and they tried to practice monogamy while downplaying or shitting on polygyny, but at the same time, a lot of them, if they weren't being open fucking pedophiles, they were just being outright cheaters by having all these fucking affairs with their commanders or their brothers in arms women, and it's like we adopt this lifestyle, and yet we shit on our own actual culture, what it should be like, because we've been programmed to see it as bad. Hence, why the Hellenization of everything. This is societal conditioning and cognitive dissonance. We to think of the Hebrew lifestyle as a Greek slash Roman indoctrinated person is what causes that cognitive dissonance and inherent societal conditioning. Because you think, oh man, that's barbaric. Well, why you think that way? Well, no, I like there, you don't have a like a literal reason to think that way. You've been programmed to think that way in that fashion as a man and as a woman. Like we've been programmed to think that uh you know the Greek Roman style living is being civilized, is upstanding, it's morale and reality. My guy, it's fucking wicked. All right, it's fucking like you wonder why nothing really happens to pedophiles. There was pedos all the fucking time in those days, and nothing ain't happening to them. No laws. The only reason why we have a big problem with it now is because this gives my moral character, which is fucking true. But you can't get mad at your government when the government itself fucking teaches you these things in the first place. This is Rome. This is Greece. Things have never fucking changed. It's just different fucking ways of interpreting and seeing how things are nowadays. There's been no fucking change. We live in the world of the wicked. The Romans and the Greeks were fucking wicked. They were wicked as fuck. And that's why we were warring with them. And hence why other nations didn't like them at the time, because also they practiced fucking slavery. Let's not forget that. So it's like, do we not do the same thing? Fucking the it's it's either the 13th or 14th amendment with that fucking exception clause saying if you are in prison, you could basically be sold as a slave, essentially, or you can be put the fucking slave labor. Come on, this is the Hellenization of everything. We live in a Roman, Greek-styled Western world. This is why things are just literally so fucked as is. And the thing is, we fucking romanticize it. Like people fucking love. Oh man, no, I love the culture. We should go back to it. My God, we never fucking left it. It's never fucking gone. It's the same fucking thing. So just keep that in mind. You wonder why things are so bad, and we literally are living their fucking lifestyles day to day fucking basis. Except, no, actually, there really are no big differences. Like even the fucking podcasters would be seen as just like modern day fucking philosophers, basically, just fucking discussions and just talking. Like we either have like a bunch of fucking Socrates or fucking Diogenes just fucking wrong, just talking out their ass half the fucking time as is. It's literally what it is. and we demonize it. But yet, this is what the New Testament honestly pushes. This is Greek style living. This is literally what it fucking is. Like let's not ignore that. Let's not skip that. Let's not ignore that. This is literally what it is. It's all I'm saying. My bad. I had a whole fucking tangent. Let's continue. The two different races of whites. On one hand, you see, on one hand, as you have seen, you have the albino Dravidians who have been trademarked red and blonde, who have the trademarked red and blonde hair that is often associated with the Germans, Swedes, Scandinavians, Irish, Swiss, Norwegians, and Finnish peoples. This would ultimately mean that they are of Indian origin and are of definitive Hamite of they are of Indian origin and are definitive Hamite bloodline. They are the Vandals that aided in the sacking of Roman Africa. Their home is in Africa as they are part of the original Africans. So you like the white Africans that we always talk about how the Egyptians wrote about them? Yeah, white Africans. On the other hand, we have Caucasian, the people whose origins can be traced to the Caucasus, the lands of the north. They often have the traits of dark brown, black hair that is wavy and or straight. This is found in Russians, English, Spaniards, French, Italian, Portuguese, Bulgarians, Hungarians, and Eastern Europeans. This would in turn mean that these people are of Jephthite bloodline. They are the barbarian tribes that invaded Rome and Europe, the north. So even when it comes to the quote unquote white races, you have different variations in many, many different fucking subgroups. But also incrementally, you also have two pale variations of Hamites and Japhethites. Like how I just told you, the Germans, the Swedes, the Scandinavians, the Irish, the Swiss, the Norwegians, and the Finnish peoples are albino Dravidians, whereas the Caucasians are albino Japhethites, such as the Russians, the English, the Spaniards, the French, the Italian, the Portuguese, the Portuguese, the Bulgarians, the Hungarians, the Eastern Europeans. The reason why we have pale races is due to a lot of different reasons, but they could be summarized into a few known ones that people have heard or haven't heard. It's like one, leprosy, breaking the contract of leaving the lands of your father's inheritance would cause leprosy. Let's keep that in mind. I think it's in the book of I think it's in the book of Jasher, book of Jashir. It had to do with the covenant, more or less. If you break the lands of your inheritance, you will be cursed. And I'm pretty sure Noah, he was born with white skin as he was anointed, so it's a special case. But from what I remember, you break those contracts, you will be cursed with leprosy. From what I do remember, and also the fact that for 1,000 years, the it was either the prince of the people or one of the fallen was basically running free amok behind the walls that sealed off Gog and Magog, the Scythians or the Scythians away, which probably ended up rewriting and changing a lot of their DNA, as well as also just interbreeding and just genetic experimentation also taking place. Like there's a few reasons why pale skin exists. Leprosy being a definitive one, genetic experimentation being another one, whether it's by them purposely or by fallen or by demons, and as well as a side fact. I think it's the genome SO SO2. I think it's SO245, the zebra fish gene that could be found in some white people. So keep that in mind. So there's a lot of variation, but fundamentally there are two distinct different types of white races. Albino Dravidians and Caucasians. I'm gonna get into it. Starting off with the Caucasians. Now let's get into the Yamnaya culture. They were a culture who mainly consisted of animal husbandry and pastoralism, often migrating and moving across the steppes of Eurasia. They are the progenitors of the Indo-Europeans, and I should put the Indo-Europeans, the Indo-Iranians, the Indo-Aryans that we see today. Now, here's the fun fact. They would also go across the map, butchering and murdering other cultures and peoples that they came in contact with, taking their women, slaying the men and children, and then they would take on their identities and masquerade as them, moving forth. What does this sound like? They stole identities. And you can see that big portion right there. This is the Caspian Sea, by the way. So, the Caucasus region, and this is the Caspian Sea. And look how far they expanded upon their fucking culture, taking on these different names and calling them their own. They were responsible for also early changing both the Eastern and Western European genome by just migrating, or more or less just invading across the plains of Eurasia and taking identities, stealing kingdoms, and killing men. Think about that. The Yamnaya or the people of the north of the Yamnaya, the subgrouping of main Indo-European language branches, according to the SORD method, Home 2007, projected the possible migration routes between the 35th and the 25th century BC. I don't know about that, but this is basically where they had left out from again the Caspian Sea. And you see how it says Semites. This is wrong. So we're going to ignore this. There's a lot of insertions of map knowledge that's inherently fucking wrong. This is especially one of them. Keep that in mind. These are not Semites. They span even further down. So let's keep that going. All right. So basically, the Yamnaya, we'll go back to the map. You see this map right here, you see this culture. This is basically all them. So they were inhabiting and they were more or less just invading everything else between them. Hunters and gatherers, yeah, fucking, they were invading. How they invaded into Europe, invaded into Eastern Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, invaded into Turkey, into the Arabias, India right here, or India, no, my bad, not right there. Saudi Arabia is over here. India's down there. No, my bad. It's just okay. I'm making a lot of errors, but again, this is the Yamnaya regions where they basically came out of and started invading en masse everywhere else, which I'm going to show to you more so. The multitude of tribes, by the way. Oh, pardon me. We have the Vandals, and look at that. And these are all the tribes that I've mentioned, I think, so far that are at least known. The the Sitting Vandals, the Asting Vandals, the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths, the Lombards who came from the east conquest. You have the Suevi, the Franks, the Burgundians, the Thuringians, the Bavarians, the Alemanni, the Saxons, who were separate. So let's not forget that. Keep that in mind. Let's not forget that. Saxons. Look, there's two groups right here, distinctively two groups. You have the Angles, which they did not create the Angles, and they were not the Jutes. Let's keep that in mind. The Danes, that's the tribe of Dan. Don't forget. You have the Norwegians, which produced the Normans who invaded here when we had the Danes, the Icelanders, and the Swedes, which we do know were melanated. Now keep in mind the majorities, not majority, some of these are melanated peoples, the Afro-Asians, some of these are, again, Japhethite groups. West Germanic languages, another tree that you can see right here, because I'm pretty sure there's just a multitude of tribes and what they would create later in modern day, and also languages that were spoken. And look at that Yiddish, old Yiddish, coming from old High German. Ain't that funny? Germanic language. Eminianic, Istvanic, Dutch, Afrikaans. Huh. Ain't that funny? English, Middle English, Old Frisian coming from Invagonic, Old Saxon, Middle German, Low German. But just interesting information, right? Now let's get back into the uh the Yamnaya. Japheth's children from the north, how ancient herders rewrote Northern Europeans' genetic story. DNA analyses show the Yamnaya made people more prone to disease like MS starting 5,000 years ago. A Danish bog skull known as the Porsmos man, found with an arrow that had been shot through his nose, dates around 4,600 years ago. I don't know. Transform the genetic profiles of the people, including my bad. Ancient DNA analyses show now indicate that incoming herding groups transform the genetic profiles of people, including the Danes, throughout Northern Europe at the time. So look at that. So the Yamnaya, they don't want to say it, but they were more or less going on a genocidal conquest and basically ravishing women, killing men and children, and taking over identities and changing names throughout a long time and period. They were doing this. These genetic discoveries align with previous archaeological evidence, says archaeologist Volker Hade of the University of Helsinki, who did not participate in the new research. Corded ware culture artifacts also display stylistic contributions from non-Yamnaya people who came from northern forested parts of Western Asia, Hade notes. To conduct their analysis, Allen Toft and colleagues combined newly extracted DNA from the bones and teeth of 317 Europeans and Western Asians with previous genetic data from more than 1,300 ancient Europeans. Most sampled individuals lived between 11,000 and 3,000 years ago. Although much remains unknown about the Yamnaya ancestry, the new DNA evidence traces a large portion of these herders' genetic origins to hunter-gatherers who lived near what's now considered now Western Russia's Don River. Remains of those hunter-gatherers excavated at an ancient graveyard in Russia called the Golubaya Krenitsa date to around 7,300 years ago, researchers say. So they want to say they don't know who or where the Yanaya came from, but they know for a fact that they were the originators of Indo-Europeans, Indo-Iranians, and Indo-Aryans. They know that much, but they don't know where they came from. Or in reality, they are the Scythians. Scadians, they are the Scythians, they are Gog and Magogites. It's that simple. They are the children of the far north of Japheth, who were given the northern lands, who did not want the northern lands, who became dissatisfied, broke the treaty, and left south, and were cursed with leprosy. That's just my general theory, but that's what it appears to be. They're just children of Japheth. That's where they came from. They were given the islands and the lands of the cold. They were given both. Now let's look at this. The Yamnaya was Japheth. New scientists, humans. The story of the most murderous people of all time revealed in ancient DNA. This is back in 2019. Ran by Colin. Shout out to you, Colin Burris. Starting 5,000 years ago, the Yamnaya embarked on a violent conquest of Europe. Now, genetic analysis tells their tale for the first time. The most murderous people of all time revealed ancient DNA. Fucking barbarians is what they were. I hate to say it, but when you get shit like this written by your own folks, it you can't really refute it. I hate to say it, you really can't. How one of the most violent tribes of all time conquered Europe. Written by K. Vandit, Earth.com. Much of the Neolithic era is a mystery, but the rapid spread of violent society across Europe during this time has created a complicated and storied puzzle that geneticists and archaeologists are only just beginning to piece together, meaning they already know what it is. They're just trying to put it into a way that's digestible, that fits the modern narrative. Between 5,000 and 4,000 years ago, Europe was conquered and colonized by the Yamnaya tribe and their descendants. Archaeologists identify the emergence of the Yamnaya in Europe with a drastic and violent cultural shift. So violent, in fact, that Christian Christensen from the University of Gothenburg believes that there was to be a kid believes there is a case to be made placing the Yamnaya as one of the most, well, you get the idea. They were one of the most fundamental changes in causing the face of Europe to look very different today. It wasn't 5,000 years ago. It probably wasn't 4,000. It was probably a lot closer to what we consider modern time. Maybe a few hundred at best. Yeah, it wasn't 5,000. It was probably a lot closer to the modern age. It definitely was. It wasn't that long ago. It was very recent, if anything. But the Yamnayas are Japhethites. They're Japheth. They are Japheth. And we even got more. Ancient DNA reveals a tragic genocide hidden in humanity's past. This is 2024, so literally about 11 months ago, the 17th of February, by Claire Watson. Thank you. A skull the skull of poor most man found in Denmark who died of a violent death in the Neolithic period. Got arrow in his fucking nose. Oof. The rise of farming in the late Stone Age Europe was no smooth transition from hunter-gatherer lifestyles, but a bloody takeover that saw nomadic populations wiped out by farmer settlers in a few generations, a new study has found. Japheth. Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. If Europe is our tents and they're dwelling in it, and he shall enlarge Japheth. Japheth being enlarged. You're about to see that in a minute. I think I put it on there. Metro. Oh, silence alert, this is Metro. Mystery of the most murderous people of all time who wiped out builders of Stonehenge. So they love to take credit for fucking Stonehenge, but they even fucking built it. April 1st, 2019. Hmm. No April Fools, huh? Let's see how it's a fucking subtle joke. You know it's not. New DNA research is helping to unlock a dark chapter in Europe's prehistory when a murderous tribe swept across the continent, replacing the civilizations that existed before. Researchers are now convinced that there was a kind of genocide as the Yanaya people swept across the continent into every part of Britain. Now, remember how I you literally seen how they were going across and taking identities of people who they slain. You remember how they want to always latch on Saxon to the term Anglo-Saxon, and you already seen who the Saxons were and how they came out from regions around the Caucasus area nearby the Caspian Sea. This is Japheth swooping across the tents of Shem and dwelling in their tents while kicking Shem out. The ancient people who built Stonehenge were among victims replaced by a different culture which prized war and violence with its own warrior caste and different burial practices. Right here. Seeing that they went to every part of Britain. Now, remember how Benjamin Franklin had stated that, only Britain's really the only white part and everything? And it's like, there seems to be a conflict between modern sources and ancient historical sources, right? There has to there's a big thing missing. There's something going on. It's something happening, or it's something did happen that they changed in history, you know. But chances are, what we know as the Anglos today are Indo-Europeans who descended from the Yamnaya. As you know, most of the modern quote-unquote European tribes or Europeans that call themselves that name descend from the Yamnaya. The Yamnaya, whatever the fuck you pronounce that, but they descend from them because they went around killing people, taking their fucking names and their identities and calling them. That's literally what they did. Ah, okay, I did put it. Hey, the blessing of Japheth, according to Genesis 9:27. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. Noah's blessing to Japheth. Hmm. Now we can see and understand what we call Caucasians or of Japheth, and are furthermore also related to the Yanaya culture. Pardon me. Quite literally, Japheth is dwelling in our tents and is enlarged. We also understand that both white Hamites and Japhethites are in union together of playing the color game. They together are also the Indo-European people. Now, if he's caused Japheth to become enlarged and dwell in the tent of Shem, what does that mean for the people who are already currently living in those tents? And the latter part of that blessing means they are to be simple and be deceived or to deceive. And dwell is to mean take place. We got kicked out of Europe, got kicked out of Asia, and now they're living in our tents in Asia and in Europe. Japheth was given the islands and the lands of the code according to the Jashir by Noah. That was his lot that he received. That was his lot. A lot of them ain't like the code, so they probably said, "We're gonna go dwell in your tents, Shem, because it's not. You got the lands of hot and cold. It's nice. We like it. It's temperate. We like this." At the expense of kicking us out and enslaving Canaan, because that was his crime. Because no Canaan, oh, he assaulted his own mother. He ravished his own mom. When you look up the meaning of uncovering, he uncovered his father's nakedness, and you compare that to the laws the laws in Leviticus, saying how a son nor daughter should uncover their father's nakedness, or how a son should uncover his father's nakedness. Uncovering their nakedness means to basically sleep with his father's wife, or in this case, their mom, which Canaan. Well, no, Canaan slept with his grand. No, not Canaan. Ham slept with his own mom. He ravished her. And so I Noah cursed him because, cursed Canaan, his firstborn son, which was born from his own mom. He committed weird incest and got cursed for it, or his son got cursed for it and came out as incestuous baby. And leprosy is actually one of the no albinism is actually one of the one of the possible genetic defects from incestuous relationships. So, meaning Ham Ham ravished his own mother. That mother gave birth to Canaan. Canaan was a child of incest, and Noah had cursed Canaan because he couldn't curse him because he just blessed him with allotment and inheritance, and he can't do that. So he ended up because also a crime like that, there has to be retribution. So he cursed him. Hence why Canaan came out the way he did. More likely, a leprous child or an albino-looking child, leprous albino-looking kid. That's what he did, and he was cursed to be a servant because of his father's wrongdoing. Hence why it makes sense into the Most High's theme of how you will be punished. I will punish you for the sins of your father. And he did it through Noah onto Canaan because Ham couldn't just fucking just not be a fucking weirdo. I guess. Pardon my language, but back to this. The blessing of Japheth. God shall enlarge Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tent of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant, with Noah's blessing to Shem. Or Noah's blessing to Japheth, my apologies. So with that being the case, they are literally dwelling in our tents. A good chunk of Asia and Europe belongs to Shem, and since Shem was essentially kicked out and removed from it for various reasons, they are now inhabiting our lands, and now we are basically dispersed and living everywhere else out. But again, this all fits into the modern narrative. To make the modern narrative work, there has to be voluntary sacrifices, and as well as just things designed by the Most High to cause to happen. Exactly that. And now we can look at the land routes, the expansion of Japheth. Look at that. The Yamnaya culture right there, you can see it right there, and how they spread out. And that's the Caspian Sea. Now look at that. That's the Anatolian range. Yamnaya culture, Yamnaya, they went fucking everywhere. They also took on the fucking culture of the Court of the War culture. Even got here to the fucking islands of Britain. Oh, Ireland, Scotland, Britain. And also look over here, dude, and look here. They spread out everywhere. The Yamnaya culture, Indo-European expansions, 4000 to 1000 BC. And it was a lot more recent. There were two divisions. The southwestern Europe was the Bell Breaker culture. The northeastern Europe was the Corded Ware culture. The origins were the steppes near present-day Ukraine in the Caucasus region. This is Japheth expanding out because he didn't like his fucking land inheritance and he got fucking butthurt and started taking everyone else's shit. That's literally what he did. Granted, Shem is also guilty of also just enslaving sons of Japheth and Ham. We're guilty of some heinous shit. We are. We all are. We all are. Including we all are. But it's like him just expanding out, taking everyone else's shit. That's literally what he did. Wasn't satisfied. Said fuck this. Started taking everyone else's shit. That's literally what he did. Literally what he did. So they're not Shemites. They're not Semites. This is Japheth. The Amnaya, the Indo-Europeans, they are Japheth. Keep that in mind. Near present-day Ukraine, the Caucasus region, that's where their origins were. Bing, boop, bop. Expansions of, or the barbarians of the north. Look at that. The Caspian Sea and the Caucasus region. Fucking bang, boop, bop. They started taking shit that wasn't theirs. That's literally what they did. That's an iffy one. Also, Jerusalem was not. We know. No. Jerusalem was close to Judea. Judea being Ayutthaya, and that's way over here. So you can't trust the map. You really can't. Alexandria was also way over there, so you can't trust the map. This you can't trust, but this, yeah, the barbarians of the north and the barbarians from Africa. Ah, look at that. No, they want to say that. Oh no, they came from here and they made their ways. In reality, came from Carthage, got to Spain, got to here, got to here, got to here, and got there and they met them and said, "Hey, wow, oh, you look like us. Fuck it, let's strike a deal." Basically, that's how you have the albino Dravidians or albino Hamites getting together with the albino Japhethites and playing the same fucking color game. That's really what they did. Literally what they did. The invasion of the Yamnaya. You get to see just how much shit they were doing. Look at that. Western Roman Empire, Eastern Roman Empire, and how that fell and Constantinople became the new fucking thingamabob. New capital. Thank you. Words. But look how they say. Look how it fucking says. Oh, they fucking went all the way around the Vandals, and then they came back. And so that's fucking dumb. Like, why would they fucking do that if they originally came from Carthage and moved elsewhere? The white Africans. That's literally what they fucking did. Why would they fucking take this long way, go all the way about, and just fucking? It's fucking dumb. That's really fucking dumb. They didn't do that. No. That it's just it's purposeful confusion. It's fucking dumb. They came from Carthage. That's what they did. The Vandals were white Africans. That's what they did. That's why Rome was at war with them. Eat them. Like, come on, make fucking sense. Identity thieves. The step hypothesis, saying how they came over 5,000. The farming hypothesis. In reality, no, it's the Yamnaya one, where they came in and they took on the Court of the Ware culture and took their fucking culture and shit. That's what they did. Stole that shit. Exactly what they did. I love the maps. The Hagarenes are the Arabs. The Hagarenes are the Arabs according to Wikipedia, sources stemming from the early Syriac, Greek, and Coptic and Armenian peoples. In the book Hagarism, it is detailed that the Muslims acknowledge this, and the majority of them being Arab in bloodline. Take note, according to the Strong's Concordance 615, it means to pledge, mix, and interweave. So Arabs are a very intermixed people. They don't really have a definitive father. Well, they do, but they're so intermingled that it's hard to find out who it actually is. But my guess on the nose is I'm gonna lean towards Japheth. because they resemble Japheth the most. They do. Now on to Ham. The faces of Ham, the children of Ham, the identity of the Philistines, Canaan's sons, who is Chub, Kub, the land of Hodu in India, judgments of Mitzrayim, Cush, and Put. Asians are the original Africans. That's probably going to change because that new information kind of, oh, we'll see. But I'll be right back in 1 minute. Yeah, I see right here. What do I feel like? Oh my goodness. Ooh, it's getting dark. All right. 1 minute, folks. Let's sit back down. What time is it? Okay, okay. Let's do. My apologies for the audio and long wait. The faces of Ham. Oh, yeah, I did just announce this. Let's keep going. All right. Ham's wickedness. It is often known to be that Ham had sinned against Noah by uncovering his nakedness, and that Shem and Japheth had went in to cover him afterwards. Noah had awoken and cursed Ham's youngest son afterwards. Noah My bad. Noah had awoken and cursed Ham's youngest son afterwards. Canaan, by this act, since he could not curse Ham. My apologies. Let me read this over again. Noah had awoken and cursed Ham's youngest son, afterwards Canaan, by this act, since he could not curse Ham after his bestowed blessing. There is seemingly missing context at work here. In Leviticus 8:16, it is stated that family members should never uncover each other's nakedness. That being engaging in sexual acts with one another. This meaning that incest was strictly forbidden. So, with this understanding, and that Noah knew and his sons knew the law, Ham had purposely broke command and defiled his own mother, leading to Canaan being a child of incest and thus cursed. So, yeah, he got cursed for it. So I do recommend the Book of Jasher, talking about the. You know, y'all can also look into. I mean, I do want you to also do your own research and you look into this. But yes, Canaan was cursed for the sole act of Ham defiling his mother. That is why, to uncover the nakedness, Leviticus 8:16, you can see it. Again, you're not supposed to lean. You're not supposed to read this Bible in a strict linear fashion, even after you finish it once. You should be able to go back and cross-reference events that happened. Strictly talking about the Torah slash Tanakh. I'm not talking about New Testament. That, yeah. But Torah Tanakh, you strictly look into that. You could cross-reference the books with each other because it makes sense. Oh, pardon me. We shall continue. The children of Ham. Ham's children have been misidentified with Shem's children for some time now, with the modern narrative teaching that black people in general are Hamites, specifically Egyptians or Cushites and Numidians and even Canaanites. This is clearly wrong on all levels. Afro peoples have now been shown to you that you are the Shemites, the sons of Saim, Shem. I just shown ya Afro peoples and so-called Africans are Afro-Asiatic and they are Shemites. So this whole shit about Cushites and Numidians and that's fucking dumb. Don't no. Those are Hamites. They may just because they're dark and they're melanated doesn't mean they're Shemites. Because Shem, we have Afros. The first part of the word Shem meaning Afro-Asiatic. Shemites. So if just because they're dark and they have dark, complexions, if they can't grow an afro, they are not a Shemite. It's that fucking simple. Like shit, like Indians, they're dark as hell. They're darker than me. They're darker than most people. They're darker than most African Americans or Afro Americans. Let me correct myself. Or just darker than most Shemites. That don't mean they're Shem. It just means they got melanin, but it means they're still Ham. You know. Look at hell. Look, no, look at Polynesians. Look at Pacific Islanders. Just because they're dark and they're melanated and they have long flowing hair and sometimes their hair is wavy doesn't mean they can grow afros. They can't grow afros. They just have wavy curly hair or they have wavy hair. They don't have coils. They have wavy hair. They're just dark Japheth. That's original Jeff or Japhethites. Original Jeff. That's original Japhethite colors. They're original Japhethites. That's what Greeks look similar to. That's what they would have looked like if you brought them back. Yeah, they'd be dark. But doesn't mean just because they have melanin doesn't mean they're Shemites. They're not. As our forefather Jacob was of Shem and his sons marrying either Egyptians or Canaanites, we do bear fringe connection in terms of DNA, but in terms of bloodline, we are easily distinguishable. Unlike Esau, whose sons would continue to pick from Canaan mainly, the 12 patriarchs have, for the most part, kept their lineage somewhat homogeneous and married within their own nations. There are exceptions. One of the biggest exceptions is I think Dan had married a Moabite, which he fucked up, so he shouldn't have done that. Um, Everyone's favorite patriarch Judah had a took a Canaanite wife. I think had 4 sons or 3 sons. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, that first 2 sons died because they were wicked. So can't forget that. Simeon decided to get with his half sister Dinah. He just he I guess he just really wanted her. So I mean, the others though they did good for the most part. Joseph, we all know, married an Egyptian. He had 2 wives, I think, an Egyptian wife and a Median wife. Um, no, no, he didn't. He had 1 wife. I had to correct myself. My bad. But yeah, so yeah, the other ones they did pretty good. Like Zebulun did pretty good. So did Naphtali and uh mm, yeah. Yeah, for the most part, it was pretty good, I guess. It's most Shem, some are Shem, some are Egyptian, but yeah, or I guess a good chunk of them were Egyptian, but yeah. So we'll keep it going. Where did it be? Oh, longs we have done so far. Mizraim and Canaan. Canaan is the English translation of the name Mizraim, who is a son of Ham. In regards to this, we can conclude that Ham is the genetic archetype when it comes to external racial identity, just like Shem and Japheth. This means that Ham's children bear resemblance to each other, as the Shem's and Japheth's children. I'm probably going to do a part 2 to this video. It'll be a lot shorter because I'll just include more people groups. It'll be more organized, I'll say that. An example of this being Esau and Jacob being twins but fathers of 2 separate nations, not races, meaning their children bear resemblance to each other but have differing bloodlines. So you see this dumb fucking notion that I'm sorry for being so blunt and so coarse with the language, but I have to. My apologies, but you see this really dumb fucking notion that uh Edom is white people because they're red and Jacob was black. Yo, that's why the fuck would Jacob be a dark melanated man with the afro and Edom come out fucking pink pasty white with straight hair, quote unquote red and hair? That's fucking stupid. That's fucking dumb. I'm sorry. No, that's literally fucking dumb. Like both his parents were straight Shem. His parents were literally both Shemites. Both fucking Shem. 100%. And you mean to tell me one's gonna come out pink white, and the other one's gonna come out melanated? That's fucking stupid. Like no, that's a different race entirely. No, 2 nations, not races. Meaning their children bear resemblance. Like 2 nations that are separate but damn well bear resemblance to each other would be Moab and Ishmael. They're both fucking Hebrews. They're both Hebrew peoples. Edomites are Hebrew. I don't know why people is especially like a lot of these camp Israelites fucking think that no, Edomites are white. Bro, if Hebrews are Afro-Asiatic, coming from the word Eber being one of the direct line descendant, I think the grandson of Shem, why the fuck would they come out white and pasty or red or pink pasty colored? Why would what the fuck sense does that make? No, when they say red, they talking about red bone, like a red bone shawty, like a red bone nigga, a nigga that's red, a deep red, a maroon, red. You're talking about like a blood red. I've seen niggas with that kind of complexion, Edomites, and hairy, maybe like hairy ass forearms, yeah, hairy ass legs, hairy forearms, and a hairy back, yeah. A lot of islanders fit that description. And I'll talk about they want no, they're talking about the obvious Japhethites, sons of Japheth, who somehow are fucking no, they're not Hebrew. Edom, as much as I hate to say it, is a Hebrew. They are Hebrews. Just because we don't like calling them that doesn't mean they're not Hebrew. They're Hebrews. They're Afro-Asiatic. They look akin to us. They were fucking twins. Not just fraternal. No, they were twins. They looked similar in a fashion. They had the same features. They may have not looked exactly like twin on twin, but enough to say, "Hey, aren't you his brother? Hey, that's your brother." And the Most High Ship says those are our brother nations. Why? Why would they be white? Why would they be fucking Caucasian? That's fucking dumb. They're Hebrews. Hebrews are Afro-Asiatic. You see what Afro-Asiatic means in Shem. Eber is one of the descendants, direct line descendants of Shem. Why the fuck would why would all the other Shemitic tribes be? Oh yeah, this is Shem, and this nigga's white. Now it'd be different if he was pale skinned with the afro. That's just a white Shemite. That's different. If he could grow an afro, he's a Shemite. That's literally how it is. Or he has Shemitic DNA in him. Yeah, he could. He still. You could still have a Japhetic father and grow an afro. I'm not gonna lie to you, because genes are fucking wonky. But if you can trace it back to a line of Shemite fathers, you're Shem. Yeah, that's true. But to sit here and say, oh, the quote unquote white man, the pale man, the Caucasian is Edom, that's fucking retarded. That's fucking stupid. That's really fucking dumb. I'm sorry to go on this little tangent, but that shit is so infuriatingly fucking stupid. No. Now, could there have been admixture between Edom and Japheth? Yeah, in the case of Gog Magog intermingling with Edom, yeah, definitely. Same with Kittim, the Greeks intermingling with Edom, definitely. It's happened. It's definitely happened. Yeah, or just even the older member, or even the older groups within Shem and Japheth intermingling. 100% accurate, yes, and vice versa. But to sit here and straight up say, "Oh, nah, Edom's Caucasian," is fucking retarded. I'm sorry. Pardon my language. Pardon. I'm sorry. Forgive me. But that is fucking dumb. Edom is Hebrew. Like I said, all 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 Israelites are Shemitic, but not all Shem is Israel. But all Hebrews are Shem. There is no ended for buts. There's no. Oh yeah. Actually, no. It can be said. All Hebrews are Shemitic, but not all Shem is Hebrew. Because you have groups who are older than Eber that exist outside of Eber, such as Assyrians. Assyrians are not Hebrew, but they're Shemitic because we all share the same forefather, Shem, Saim. Saim, we come from Saim. So that can be true, but at the same time, this case is very fucking different. They came from the same loins, Isaac, and their mother was a Shemite, direct line Shemite. Therefore, Edom, he's a fucking Hebrew. Just because he's not Israel don't mean he's not Hebrew. He's a Hebrew. He's of Abraham. Abraham, yeah. What? I'm just saying. I'm gonna wrap it up. I'm sorry, but I had to get that point out there. It's a dumb way of fucking seeing it. It's just fucking stupid. So getting back to the point, my apologies. An example of this being Esau and Jacob being twins, but two fathers of two separate nations. So those nations being Rome and Israel. That is it. Those are the two nations, Rome and Israel. Those are the nations. That is it. Peoples. Romans and Israelites. That's it. Or Edomites and Israelites. That's it. Meaning their children bear resemblance to each other but have different bloodlines. That is strictly fucking it. They are Hebrews. I'm sorry for sounding so passionate, but it's like we love to misidentify who our actual enemies are. Because we all like, oh yeah, white man bad, white man this. We have Ishmaelites, Edomites, and Moabites that live in our very fucking communities that fuck us over. Let me state that clearly. I'm not gonna say that they're a scapegoat because they you just seen the fucking Yamnaya capable of some genuine genocidal heinous shit. But at the same fucking time, we can't forget the ones who have double crossed us: the Moabites, the Edomites, and the Ishmaelites. Who are the ones that bought Joseph and sold him as a slave? Ishmaelites. Granted, it was our own brothers that did that. Fucking, Reuben and fucking yeah. Let's just sell him. It's better than fucking Simeon. I'm gonna kill him. Shimon, yeah, they got anger issues. I'm gonna kill him, man. You're not gonna do it. We're gonna sell him. But who was willing to buy him as a slave? Ishmaelites. You know, who didn't allow us to walk through the borders of their cities to just get to the land quicker? Both Edom and Moab. Who tried to kill Isaac as a young child? From what, or at least according to the book of Jashir, and also who was mocking Abraham? Ishmael. Who fucked over Jacob when he was just trying to get himself a wife? Laban. Shem. Like, let's stop fucking saying, oh yeah, all Afro Americans or all Israelites, and that's not the fucking case. There is different groups of Shemites that don't fucking like us, that know their history, or they don't know it, but it's genetically built into them to not fucking like us. You ever came across a nigga that's in the store and he just don't fuck with you? Like, he just don't fucking like you for whatever fucking reason. I ain't even do anything to you, man. Why you looking at me like that? I don't know. I don't like you. There's literally no fucking reason. He just don't fucking like you. Sure, there's some actual societal conditioning or programming there, but at the same time, he could just genuinely not be an Israelite and he could just not fucking like you. He could be a fucking Moabite and not like you. He could be an Edomite and not like you. These are the ones that fucking literally conspired against us to take us down from being a nation and our name no longer be made in remembrance. So the reason why I'm so passionate about this point right here with the two separate nations, the fact that as much as we blame Japheth, we should also blame Shem and also again ourselves for again not being righteous. The only reason why this is all happening is firstly because our fathers are not righteous. They don't want to uphold the law, which fucked over us, the children, and we have to make up for the mistakes and to repent and be righteous. It's that simple. But to sit here and scapegoat the pale man, the white man, yeah, that's true. But at the same time, these niggas live among us. These other Shemites, they live among us. They blend in. They look like us. That's the fucking thing. Confusion of faces. Hence why bloodline and name fucking matters. It's that simple. But let me continue. Sorry for my tangent. My apologies. But let's continue. With this being the case, a Canaanite will look akin to any of the Hamites they are related to, having differences but altogether similar enough features that can be compared. I love this part because I just got into it. Mitzrayim and Canaan. I'm gonna get into who Mitzrayim actually is and Canaan. Because Mitzrayim, that's the original name for Egypt. And the name Paro or Pharaoh is actually just the name Paro, King Paro, basically, or Paro. That's his name. It's not a title, it's a name. Shout out Lexwell, appreciate you for that. But this is Mitzrayim. This is what Mitzrayim looks like. These are the actual Egyptians. This is Mitzrayim. This is their face. And now the face of Canaan, a Chinese woman, or a Korean, or a Japanese woman. They all share the same forefather. Japan, Korean, and Chinese, they all share the same forefather. They all come from I think a series or a line of ancestors that share the same lineage. I just spread into three different areas, but this is Canaan. When you look up sinology, Sin or the Sinim are the sons of Canaan. This is one of his children, or what his children would appear to look like. So Mitzrayim and Canaan. Now Mitzrayim and Canaan, they were brothers. Mitzrayim is one of the sons of Ham, and Canaan is his youngest son. So I think his youngest son should be. I could be wrong, but they are brothers. These are just the daughters of the sons of Mitzrayim and Canaan. And you could tell they have similarities and they look alike. She probably has some sort of either admixture or, or that's just how their futures are. And both beautiful. But yeah, can intermingle? Maybe. Can intermingle? Maybe. It's a mix. Probably not. Maybe not. I don't know. On the safe side, nah. They also intermingle between each other, so it's a. I'm gonna say nah for now, nah. But Mitzrayim and Canaan. Let's get into the men. An old quote unquote Native American and Chinese dude. They look alike. They got similar features. The noses. Look at that. Look how they slope downwards. You can see the sloping. The crinkled eyes, Asiatic eyes. You can see it. Maybe even like, honestly, even like the clothing, like also just the face. Like look at the beard shape. It fits. It fits very much. It does. It does. Mizraim and Canaan. They are brothers. Let's get into it. The Philistines are the remnant of Mitzrayim. The forefather of the Philistines, the Philistim, are the remnant of the Caphtorim. They are one of the 7 divisions of Mitzrayim, and as such are also Egyptian by blood and cultural ties. The Caphtorim had an exterior city on the land of Egypt, and like the rest of the land, was also smitten by the Most High in the judgment of Egypt, according to Ezekiel 30. Good chapter to read. You can see a lot. Good chapter to read. Breaking arms. Praise to the Most High. Hey, hey, hi, hi. Fear Him. Hey, hey. Now, Strong's Concordance 3732 had a screenshot of this one. The Caphtori descended of Mitzrayim, also their land. Original word, Caphtori. Transliteration, Caphtori. Caphtori, phonetic spelling. Definition, descended of Mitzrayim, also their land. Original word, Caphtor. Description, Mitzrayim, also their land. Bible Bop. Strong's Concordance, though. Descendant of Mitzrayim. So they're one of the 7 divisions of Mitzrayim. So one of his 7 sons. So technically, that would make the Mitzrayim cousins to the Canaanites, but they're also descendants of Egyptians, hence the remnant. Or the Philistines are the remnant of the Caphtorim, who are the sons of Mitzrayim, and Mitzrayim are Egyptian. So yeah, the remnants of Mitzrayim, these are the Philistines now, the Native Americans. Now look at them Asiatic faces. These are the Philistines right here. These are the Philistines. These are the Egyptians, or the remnant of Egypt, the Philistines, who are related to Canaan. As brother nation, or cousin nation. I guess brother fits more, yeah. Mitzrayim and Canaan were brothers, from what I do remember. So yeah. And remember, Mitzrayim is the Hebrew word for Egypt. Is what we called Egypt. Egypt is the name given to Mitzrayim from the Greeks and later the Egyptians, and they called it Egyptus, whereas we call them the Mitzrayim, going by the names of the Bible. The Caphtorim are the Philistines, and if the Caphtorim descend from the Mitzrayim, and if the Philistines are remnants of the Caphtorim, that makes them Mitzrayim, again, Egyptians. Add mixture, probably, because you can see Japheth's face. Yeah, the faces of Japheth and more in the background, but then you can see also again the faces of Ham, such as these, that more Hamitic looking faces. Japheth, Ham. Sin, the son of Ham, Cham. Sinni, a Canaanite people. Okay, I had that fucked up. I should put son of Canaan. But Sinni, a Canaanite people, they come from Canaan. Word origin, uncertain derivation, but a Canaanite people. Sinites. Sino, combining form, Sino. Chinese, Sinology, Chinese, and Sino-Tibetan. French from the late Latin Sine, plural Chinese from the Greek Sinai. Probably of Indo-Aryan origin akin to Sanskrit, Sina, plural Chinese. So, Chinese people are Canaanites. That's simple. So I don't know why people have been saying, oh, because you even got other Hebrew groups and camps and Israelites saying, no, the Chinese people are Ammonites or the Moabites, and it's again just blatantly fucking wrong. Because we know what Shemites look like, what Shemites are, and how their appearance is. So to go on and say that Moabites are the Chinese is fucking dumb. because they're not. Moabites look like niggas, probably with bug eyes or some form of genetic. There's unique genetic markers between each group of Shem. I haven't mapped out. I don't think I could map them all out completely yet. But from what I heard, word of mouth is that Moabites have bug eyes, or they either got the bug eye or the sleepy eye trait. Like there's something with their eyes that make them distinct from other Shemites, and that's probably due to their actual lineage. But you could say Moab intermingled with Canaan, yeah, but they're not Can, but Moab, they're not Chinese, they're not Japanese people. Moabites are niggas. They're just a different kind of Afro American that's living here, or more specifically, they're the niggas who claim they're the Moors. Or if they actually trace their lineage back to the Moors, yeah, then they're Moabites. Moabites are the Moors. They're Negro looking. They're Afro-Asiatic. They're Shemitic peoples. So they're not Chinese. The Chinese people are Sinites. They're Canaanites. That simple. So yeah, Canaanite people. Sin, the son of Canaan. Sinology. From Wiktionary, Creative Commons. Noun, the study of history, language, and culture of China. Sinology, the people of China. Where they get the word from? Sinny, from Canaan, one of the sons of Canaan. Again, look at that. For the company, sonology, nope. For the study of sound, sonology, nope. We're looking at sinology, pun intended. Also referred to as China Studies, is a subfield of area studies of East or of I can't fucking read. My bad. As a subfield of area studies or East Asian studies involved in social sciences and humanities research on China. It is an academic discipline that focuses on the Chinese civilization primarily through Chinese language, history, culture, literature, philosophy, art, music, cinema, and science. Its origin may be traced to an examination which Chinese scholar with Chinese scholar I can't fucking read, my apologies. Its origin may be traced to the examination which Chinese scholars made of their own civilization. So they're saying the origin of the word sinology comes from what Chinese scholars have made of their own civilization. Meaning they gave themselves the name, or they gave themselves this. They gave them. They gave the name sinology, referring to it as China studies. Meaning they knew where this name came from. They won't say it because in the they're complicit in Psalms 83 and fucking as well as the modern narrative, but more or less they're living on our land. Cause remember, Japheth shall dwell in the tents of Shem and Canaan shall be his servant. Now, more or less, you usually always have your servants living nearby you or in your tent. They live with you, right? Your servants. So, guess who is living in our tents along with their masters? Canaan, the Canaanites, Asia, China. And just like how I've shown you, the land of Canaan was originally Israel's allotment, planned for more than likely by Noah, but more or less by the Most High, Haya Haya, Hayah Hayah. So they took that land when it wasn't theirs, and they would be revisited upon that in times ahead. The land of Canaan, which originally belonged or was Israel's allotment to be given to him. Hence why they had that. It's not even a conquest; it's a reclamation to reclaim the land that was originally theirs, that was taken by Canaan unruly, of course. So more or less, wherever if there's a Canaanite living there in some part of Asia, that originally should belong to Israel, is what I'm saying. I could be wrong, but more or less, that's supposed to be Israel's allotment. China, Thailand. Yeah, China, Thailand, or more or less actually China, Siam, and Korea. Japan, well, that's probably actually Japheth's. You know, Aina people were probably there first, and they got fucking beamed on by the Canaan, I guess. Then Canaan got beamed on by other Japhethites. It's a little complex, but yeah. But more or less, we should be in Asia and not here in America, because it turns out America more than likely actually might be the land of Ham. Both the Americas. Africa, I'm not entirely sure. It could be Ham's land, or it could be part of Shem's land, or it could be Ham's land because he's given the lands of hot, and Africa kind of is hot, at least mid Africa. But Lower Africa could be the land of Ham, or I mean, Lower Africa could be Shem's land, I guess. A little complex, but back to the point. The son, Sin, is the son of Canaan, one of his sons, and they themselves acknowledge that, calling themselves or calling the study of them Sinology, China studies. So, ooh, Barakah, forgive me. The Sinites of Asia, the Sino peoples. So these are all Canaanites. This is Canaan. You're looking at Canaan right in front of you. That look, that face, that is Canaan. See, he knows. He knows very well who he is. It's Canaan. Canaan. He look a little mixed. Stiff faced. Like, yeah, I'll take who? Canaan. 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 See, look at that. Victory. They took our land. Oh, we fucked up, so they got our land. Canaan. I wonder who's holding that. Canaan. Canaan. Miserable. It's all Canaanites right here. This is Canaan. That's a funny face. I don't know why she's doing that with Canaan. These are the Sinites of Asia. The Sinites of Ham. More Canaan. This is all Canaanites right here. Yep, 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 yep. These are Canaan. Canaanites. Yep. White Germans in their view. White Germans in 1932. Yeah, this was a jarring shift. I'm sorry, folks. White Germans in 1932 had seen themselves as part of the Caucasian race. They had drew inspiration from the work of Isidore Seville. Are Caucasians not from the Caucasus Mountains? How would they have found themselves from their peoples if they are literally showcasing that they are white Hamites that came out of Africa and into Germany? Though the modern narrative states that all Afro peoples came from Africa and that they are Hamites, yet the Germans knew where they came from. Northern and Horn of Africa peoples in the context of a now outdated model of dividing humanity into different races. This was developed originally by Europeans in support of colonialism and slavery. The term was originally borrowed from the Book of Genesis, which refers to the descendants of Ham, son of Noah. German 1932 ethnographic map portraying Hamites and German Hamitten as a subdivision of the Caucasian race. Let's look at it. Whew. My apologies. Cauclish. Fucking German. I can't read that. I don't know what that says. I see Ras or Rasse. It's probably race in German. Arriere. Semitin. Mongolish. Res. I can't pronounce. This is German. I can't pronounce this, but as you can see, they separate into different races, right? And they more or less have the Mongoloid race as Chinese, Japanese, Tibetan, Malaysian, Polynesian, Maori, no idea, Eskimo, American, probably Native American, and Negroid, Afrikanese, and Hottenpots. That's an interesting one, actually, right there. That's a very interesting one. That one, Negrito, Australian, probably says Dravidian, maybe. But it's weird how they consider that to be how they consider Northern Africa to be part of the Indo-Europeans when in reality they're just white Africans, which is separate from Caucasian. They just look alike because they're both albinized. They're albino. That's literally it. We're gonna see some images in a minute. Oh, look at that! Albino Dravidians, Indians and West Asians. Now he's not Dravidian because he's a Pakistani, but they do intermix. But then again, if Pakistani people are of Japheth, and he's just literally your average white dude named like Bob. And you got Bob, you got Bill, or Bill, you got Bob. But look at that though. These are albino. Well, this is albino Dravidian, and this is albino Pakistani or Pakistan albino, and they both look alike, right? They're two different races, or two different races and nationalities, but they look akin. And what do you think they would have done in that term then? They would have said, "Hey, whoa, shit, you're white, I'm white. Let's play the color game and fuck everyone else." Essentially, right? That's basically what they did. Think about it. Like he looks like honestly like some Irish dude. I'm not gonna even lie to you. People may say, "Oh, nah, really, yeah, he does." Like if I covered up this part, you know, like a white dude, like bro, it's or like your average Caucasian and European. Like it. You could literally look this shit up. I'm not gonna lie. You could literally look this up. I pulled this from, I think, just like the images in general, and this is from real history www.com because you got the watermark. And even more, again, albino Dravidians. This is from real history www.com. Indian woman with her albino child. He looks like an Irish kid. You can tell she Indian. Dravidian, but look, he look Irish. Look at him. He Irish looking. He even got the red hair. Irish. Look at that. Normal Caucasoid Ukrainian, Dravidian albino. Look at that. Enough generations and they look just like that. Like it you can see the features in the face. The face gives it all away. Look at that. Same facial structure, everything. She just has a bit more pigmentation. That's literally it. But again, this is what you would classify as quote unquote white. She even has the light colored blonde hair. Albino Dravidian. Dravidians. Oh, look at that. The mixing of Ham and Japheth. We have come to firmly know Dravidian Indians as one of the Hamites, as one group of Hamites, and are also the Indo-Aryan Indian to be. And we have come to firmly know. I got fucking sorry spell checking these shits. Oh my goodness, grammar. We have come to firmly know Dravidian Indians as one group of Hamites, and also the Indo-Aryan Indian to be an admixture of Indo-Iranian European peoples mixed with that of Dravidian Indians, so a mixture of Ham and Japheth. So, peep. Indo-Aryan Indians to be an admixture of Indo-Iranian European peoples mixed with that of Dravidian Indians. So they're an admixture. So North Indians are distinctively very different than South Indians. And even in names, look, Indo-Aryans are more or less just Indo-Europeans living in India. That's all it is. They have a mixture of Dravidians because they took their fucking land, or they were just taking land and shit and pushed them out. So Indo-Aryans are literally just Indo-Europeans with just a bit of Dravidian in them. Hence why they have lighter complexions and they have looks like this. They look akin to this. And these people are from North India and also the fucking caste system. Don't forget they got a serious one. The lighter you are, the better are you treated off. The more dark you are, you're treated like a fucking you fucking worse than the serf, I guess, and let you starve. And these are the people from South India, the actual Dravidians. And these are Indo-Aryans. More or less just Japheth. Japheth's people. This being that the populations of India are very diverse and almost split down the middle in terms of ethnic groups. So just because there's different varying cultures doesn't mean that, you know, they're not distinctively different. They were first They were the first in India to have cultivated vegetables and rice, and as well as made sugar. There are very few Austrics found in India now, but their language still live on in Eastern and Central Asia. The Mongoloids are found in various states in the northeastern part of India, as well as the northern areas in the states of Ladakh, parts of West Bengal, and Sikkim. The last minority group in India are the Western Breke, Brekafel, Brekaf, Bre, Breshis, Breshafels, who have I can't fucking oh my what kind of fucking word is this? My apologies, folks. Breshaf, this word who mostly live in the western part of India, and whereas in areas like Kashmir, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, and Maharashtra. Thank Maharashtra. I had to correct myself. Oh my goodness, I can't fucking pronounce this. Brash, Brak, Brak, Brakisafos. What kind of? Oh, anyway, my bad. Anyway, my apologies. Biggest ethnic groups in India. Rank one ethnic group share of Indian population. Indo fucking Aryan. So literally, Indo Aryans are related to Indo Europeans and Indo Iranians. Japheth, making up the largest portion, 72%. Dravidians make up only a mere 25%, and Mongoloid and other minority groups only make up 3%. So you might even have Afro Indians in that other minority group who got pushed so far out, they're only 3% by the Hamites, and then later on by the Japhethites. And look how many of them actually make up the fucking population. Holy shit, man. There's probably a number. No, there's not a number four. But damn, look at that. It's only 2 fucking percent. The Indo-Aryans are part of various Indo-European ethno-linguist groups who speak one of the many Indo-Aryan languages. It is estimated that the Indo-Aryans first migrated to the Indo-subcontinent of South Asia around 1800 BC. Maybe a little sooner than that. Indo-Aryans make up the majority of Indian population and are mostly located in north and central India. Well, that goes to show you, most Indians are literal fuck. They're literally Indo fucking Europeans. They were part of the fucking Yamnaya. They came from them. The Indo-Aryans are the most diverse group of people in India, being made up of the Assamese, Bengali, Gujarati, Hindi, Kashmiri, Konkani, Marathi, and Punjabi. The Indo-Aryans dominated all of India outside of South India, where most of the Indians are of Dravidian origin. Many of India's great dynasties and empires came from the Indo-Aryan peoples of India, such as the Maurya Empire, the Gupta Empire, and the Karkota Empire, and the Pala Empire, the Maratha Empire, and the Mughal Empire. Mughal is probably, I think, is actually another term for Mongol. So keep that in mind. Mughal Empire. Just to name the major ones, each of the Indo-Aryan ethnic groups have their own language or languages. Bro, this is just Japheth literally fucking seizing the lands of India. I hope y'all know that. This is Japheth invading India. They're just different fucking tribes. Because Indo-Aryans come from Indo-Europeans, and Indo-Europeans were that came from the fucking Yamnaya. And remember what I said? They would sweep through nations, killing men, ravaging women, killing children, and stealing identities. So what do you think they did when they got to India, and why they are the major population group? Make it make fucking sense. If anything, they're just another form of fucking Arab if you think about it. I'm just saying. I could be wrong, but hey, that is my hypothesis. Because look, Japheth's invasion of India, Afghanistan, yeah, Iran, Pakistan, India, Arabian Sea, the Bay of Bengal. Let's look. The first wave of Indo-Aryans and some natives, mainly Dravidians, but look at that. First wave of Indo-Aryans, that's what matters. How they just fucking came here and took shit. Dravidian peoples, second wave of Indo-Aryans, coming in again. Other Indo-Aryan Iranian peoples, boop. The Muzra peoples, they just way over here. I wonder who they are. But look at that. They fucking waves. of invasion. They came in and they just started taking shit. Look at that. Boom. And boom. Japheth's invasion of India continued. Look at look at that, my fucking guy. I told you. The Yemnaya, the black. Okay, I've been wrong this entire time. My apologies, folks. Now I seem like a fucking retard. The Black Sea. This is the Caspian. This is the Black Sea. My apologies. Oh my goodness. I've been fucking saying the entire time. Yeah, it's the Caspian. The Caspian Sea. I gotta start keeping a live map so I can just look at things so I'm not making big dumb mistakes. But the Black Sea, which is centered around the Caucasus region, the Caucasus Mountains, the Caspian Sea. Look at that. They literally came from here, made their fucking way to the plateau of Iran, and poured into fucking India and pushing everyone else out. You got Hindu Kush the plateau, but Tibet, the Himalayas, China over here and all that. Tokhari and the Yushi people. Don't forget. Look at that. Look at that. But anyway, the fucking invasion of Japheth into India. Look how they just pushed their fucking way through. I, they are the Yamnaya. The majority of Indo-Aryan people descend from the Yamnaya peoples. That's literally what they fucking are. They're the other half of fucking Arabs, basically. Japheth's invasion of India continued. Origins of Indo-Aryans. I didn't make this chart. Somebody else did. But hey, we was on the same track. I used this map. Y'all seen this map earlier. And you also have this map. The Indo-Aryans originated in Central Asia and invaded the subcontinent of India starting around 1500 BC. Maybe a little closer, maybe like 150 BC. They are related to the Indo-European language group of nations and share similarities with modern Europeans and Iranians, among other groups. Oh my fucking goodness, would you look at that? The Sanskrit language they introduced to India is closely related to modern English, Spanish, and German. Ah, Japheth. They were a nomadic people who valued their old traditions and maintained their work. Bro, it's the fucking Yamnaya. Look at that. That's what they found. Somebody else found the same fucking thing. They just didn't use the name. It's the fucking Yamnaya. Warrior culture. The fucking Black Sea. You have the Caspian. That's where they came from. Around there, the Caucasus region, the mountains. Fucking poured and start taking shit. Fucking told you. Look at it. Somebody else found. Ah, look at this shit. Look at it. Dravidians of India. So these are the actual Dravidians, or what we call actual Indians. And this is where they got the term for uh, the East Indies is what they would call them. Or they called, I think, the Caribbean the West Indies, if I'm correct. So the East Indies, or again, Dravidians of India. These are the Dravidians. And I have a theory about them, possibly. A possible theory. Looking at them, yep, yep, yep. I can honestly see the resemblance to like Mitzrayim and Canaan. I actually can. They do bear resemblance, especially from the hair to the eyes to the face. They bear resemblance. I can see it. Also, just in terms of like the clothing, like it's reminiscent. I'm not gonna lie, it's very reminiscent. I should have done a comparison picture, but it's reminiscent. Now, here's my theory: Are Dravidians the tribe of Kush? Characteristics of ancient Indian society and culture. It's like they look similar to Shem. They do look similar, but at the same time they're not. And I only say it because like certain aspects of the face, it's like I'm not gonna say there's a similarity, but yeah, ancient Indian society was begun by early piece of people known as Dravidians, dark-skinned, of African origin. Now this is where I think again Ham could have come from probably Northern Africa. You know, it makes sense if white Hamites are coming out of North Africa, you would probably have dark Hamites because like she just looks like she looks like a white woman, or she looks like a white lady that's just basically covered in dark paint. That's fucked up to say, but it's like you can see where they came from. Let me not say that's a shitty fucking analogy, but it's like she's a melanated woman with straight hair. Same with her. Original Hamites, you know, this is what they would have looked like. And Ham was the progenitor of the dark races, you know, according to the Zondervan Bible. Shout out Lex. So it's like I could see it. I can actually see it. You know, I can. Hamites coming out of Africa, just actual Hamites, not Negroes cosplaying as fucking Hamites. Dravidians are the Ethiopians. In ancient times of antiquity, the Dravidian peoples were known as the Ethiopians of the East. They were known by many scholars of the time period to be called the Nubian, the Ethiopian, and other also brother nation to the Egyptians. The name being applicable to being of very dark skin, darker than the Egyptian. When the name Cush is translated into Greek from Hebrew, it becomes Ethiopian or Ethiopia, that is also synonymous with Nubia and then later Ethiopia in English. Historians such as Egyptian priest Manetho, Greek scholar Strabo, and Herodotus are the sources in this matter from the age of antiquity of history. So, when you take the name Ethiopian, which is Greek, and you convert it back into Hebrew, or you translate it back into Hebrew, it becomes Cush. So Cush, translated into Greek from Hebrew, is Ethiopian. And Cush was one of the sons of Ham. Cush with a C, that is. So the C and the K is interchangeable. Now, if we remember correctly, the land in which Ishmaelites were said to inhabit, or basically in the borders, is it's the border Havilah, which belongs to one of the sons of Cush, right? One of the sons of Cush, that's one of his sons' names. And then also border the desert Shura, which is on the border or nearby Egypt. So, keeping that in mind, they are the brother nation to the Egyptians. Now, the Egyptians, in their Hebrew name, they were known as the Mitzrayim. So, Mitzrayim and Cush are brothers. In Greek, Cush becomes Ethiopian, Mitzrayim becomes Egyptus. Now, let's say how they both have the whole AE thing going on in between them, right? And if they were known as the Ethiopians of the East, dark of skin, looking at the map, you have the Ethiopians of the West and the Ethiopians of the East. But more or less, my theory is that Dravidians are actually the Kushites. They are the actual original Ethiopians. Partaking in or being forcefully called by the name Dravidian, which displaces their actual name Ethiopians. Because in antiquity, the Dravidian peoples were known as the Ethiopians of the East at the time. And when you convert Kush into Greek, it becomes Ethiopian. Now we know there are no Shemitic Kushites. That's a contradictory. That doesn't make any sense. But converting Kush into Greek, you get Ethiopian, and Ethiopia comes from the word Ethiopia. So, and it's also synonymous with Nubia. And if you had Nubian kings of Egypt, they would be Kushites, because Kushite was Kush was synonymous with Nubia. So, pulling from these sources, my theory and my estimation would be that Dravidians are Kushites. They are the Kushites. But that was basically my theory. But now to conclude this dang near 4 hour video. Oh my goodness. I gotta stretch. The modern narrative is pushed by the Confederate nations of Psalms 83 and those who are also complicit, each one taking upon the lies and misinformation to actively rewrite history. Being complicit with secret societies, they operate through all levels of government, education, entertainment, and further purported by society. Lastly, these are the true faces, identities, and lies by the sons of Noahk. There is more to be uncovered further through further research, but the basis to all I've learned, wanted to share with, all I've learned and wanted to share with you all. I gotta fucking start proofreading. What, what, what you do with this information is up to you entirely. So this is just basically all my research. So this is one, I guess this is one really condensed and rough part of research I've been doing over the years in terms of just, I guess, the world. Maybe not the entire, just as I'm calling it, the at least to me, the modern narrative. What I've researched and come to conclusion over all the years. It's there's a lot, and I mean a lot more out there to still uncover and to learn and to research about and to just figure out. But at the same time, this is literally everything I've learned basically so far up to this point. So it is up to you to do with what you will with this information. You can you could fucking, if you want to go fact check this, you can. If you want to go research on your own, I encourage you to go do that. Please go do your own reading. There's books, there's research, there's videos, there's we live in the age of information, and it's like that information should be utilized to benefit you and those around you. And again, if this video brings you closer to returning to the Most High or giving you the idea to, then I will openly go out and say, please, repent. To do that, you basically wear sackcloth, so just wear like very raggedy clothes of basically try to keep it like the same material, like all cotton or all linen, whatever. And get upon your knees, face on the ground, and no cover yourself in ash. You don't have to do it completely. I mean, if you, I mean, I do it like I guess more or less around like the face, the shoulders, just ash myself up. You could pour it on yourself or smear it on you. Anyway, cover yourself in ash, wear sackcloth, you face upon the ground, face towards the north, and just repent, and ask for guidance and forgiveness and repent to the Most High, the Ishi, the Eloah, Haya Haya, Hayah Hayah. Just you could do that and just return to Him, follow the commandments, be righteous, try to uphold the law, and partake in the holy days, like Passover. If not Passover, there's the Day of Atonement. You could do. There's another Passover date that's I think 60 days after the original one, because I think Passover starts from what me and the boys had talked about and how they pointed out. I think it was Terrell. It's the day of equal day and equal night. So I think March 17th. No, that's the first. My bad. That's the first day of the year, of the actual solar year. The actual year starts the March 17th, when the day becomes equal day and equal night. And then Passover is 2 weeks. 14 is 2 weeks or 14 days after that, which would be March 31st. So you could do that, or just again, you could keep up with Lex and watch his videos. Um, I plan on doing, I guess, a larger. I want to do some sort of community project, I guess, in terms of trying to gather people and more or less those who acknowledge the true name, the Most High's true name, the Ishi, the Eloah, his title and what he is, Haya Haya, Haya Haya, his actual name, and plans for the future, because it's gonna get rough. I mean, we're 9 days into this Gregorian calendar year, and it's already looking wonky. So it's like, it, you know, best to be ready and prepare and get your bearings together and make moves. Don't really expect this to reach out to like a lot of people. Especially with that TikTok ban happening, it's like, well, shiz. Um, but detracting from that, it's just you can repent, return to the Most High. You're given every day essentially is a chance to do it. You know, it's only too late if you're like on your. Well, it never is too late if you have somebody righteous to help you do it with you. Like I didn't really want to get into it, but my mom had recently passed away back in November, and never really was given a formal opportunity chance to do it with her, at least verbally. But I was able to repent on her behalf. She was awake. She couldn't really speak, but she was there and she was conscious. And I brought the ashes, put the headband upon her, and I was able to do it before she had passed away. And I guess there is a time where it can be too late in some cases, but at the same time, it's important to at least have somebody righteous around you or with you, or you yourself be righteous first and foremost, having faith and just uh just doing your best to absolve the sins of your fathers and to return to faith. It's like yeah, like in terms of the community project, talking about it, it's like I wanted to I want to address the whole thing with the proselytes. It's like you have a lot of camps who often tell people, there's no saving the Gentiles. You can't be saved if you're not an Israelite and you're doomed to die. And it's kind of fucked up because no one in the scripture doesn't teach that. Like I could see the reason why I could see we really got punished hard is just our own haughtiness, our own pride. We were stiff necked people. We thought ourselves better than everyone else when we weren't. We're just the same as everyone else. We were just selectively chosen to be a servant. He could have picked anybody else other than us, you know. And it's like we can't for it. We're taught and we're supposed to teach to be humble, and we have a responsibility to teach righteousness and to teach, just being a genuinely good man. And that's one of his commandments. And I think in Psalms, I command you to be a good man. No, we're supposed to be teachers. We're supposed to be teachers and examples of righteousness. I can't even say leader because to lead you have to lead by example and practice what you preach. And a lot of us don't do that. And it's to the proselytes. It's like or aspiring proselytes. I want y'all to know that y'all can be righteous. That their salvation is for everyone. It's you follow the laws, you follow the commandments. The Most High will notice, and He will take joy in that. He takes joy in those who are righteous. It's like reading through the Book of Psalms. He talks about the righteous a lot. Sure, he also does talk to Israel, or the songs are about Israel, but a lot of them are also about the righteous, and it's not really race specific. It's not really nation specific. Anybody can be righteous, even to those who have a stained record, such as the Canaanites, the Edomites. It's like y'all can be righteous. Y'all. It doesn't hurt to at least try to be righteous. Atonement exists for a reason. There's always time to try and do. You get a day every day for 107 years after you turn 20. When your sins are counted against you as an adult, you get 107 years to basically try and change your ways. You get time to just return to them. It never is too late. Like with my mom, there was a I was able to actually get her to acknowledge and say the Most High's name, Haya Haya, and she used to pray to him. And she used to openly, say his name and praise to the Most High, hey, hey. And it gave me so much goodness and relief. Like I already say that, even with my late aunt who passed away 2 years prior, she was a diehard Christian and showing her the book, my Tanakh, and showing her my notes and how she'd go through my book. And she went through my Tanakh one day and placed a bunch of blue letter notes, not notes, blue sticky strips throughout them, marking all my prominent bookmarks that I kept. And I never removed them because I appreciate it because not only she's gone, but she acknowledged the name. Pretty sure she did, and it's like that made me feel so good, you know. And having neither matriarch now, it's like it hurts. So, but at the same time, there's always a chance to repent, to turn back, and just try to be righteous. Were they the most righteous people? They weren't, but that's where good leadership of a man comes into play. Being a good man, a strong man to lead them properly, show them the righteous way. It's never too late to turn back and be a good man, to be a righteous man to the Most High, to be a loyal servant, and that goes for both us Israelites who are lost and proselytes who seek purpose. It's like he wants a nation. He doesn't want individuals coming back and forth. He wants his nation of people. You know, and to submit to the Most High, to give Him our obedience, to realize there's much more in us, and to realize that we are a part of Him. Like our souls came from Him. That innate connection that what gives us life and breath is like that's due to Him. So it's like it doesn't hurt to it wouldn't hurt to just return to righteousness, to return to faith, to repent, to dispel the lies of your fathers, to if it's possible for you to take part in Passover, or if not, just repent, do the Day of Atonement, or reach out to others who are doing Passover. Like me and the guys are planning on how we're gonna go about it right now, but there's a plan sometime in March that we plan on doing it. So there's always the opportunity, but just I guess just being humble, being righteous, being good men, being strong men for the times to come. But anyway, I'm sorry for going on a little tangent. My apologies. But back to the video at hand. The conclusion. This is everything I've learned up until this point in regards to the modern narrative and to this specific subject. This is just everything condensed into what I'm calling the modern narrative. This or the fuck this is that we're dealing with, and that you can wherever you want to do this information is up to you. If you find it useful, that's great. If you don't, well, you could take a nap and get your time back, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, I appreciate y'all watching, and there's gonna be more to come in these projects. I still have to do that part 2 of the Israelites and Achabites of China. I have the media. I just have to like actually make the project. Ideas for the remnant, the second Exodus. Well, I talked about a little bit just now. I'll talk about more in that video. The Kingdom of Kartli in Georgia and the Anglo. That in regards to what I've shown you in terms of like this, what you see in this video. I want it's gonna be prevalent to that. Shangdi and the Jade Emperor possibly being God in ancient China. I want to look back. I really want to look into that. I do. Preparation for wilderness and get to the south. So that whole idea project right there. Yeah. Now this one I had already pre-recorded that video the other day, and in that video at the end of the next video slide, there's also this video again. But I'm a I'm gonna upload both probably at the same day, same time, so y'all can watch that. But the meaning of choice and agency is probably one of my favorite videos I've done, and the importance of man and woman roles in union. That's gonna be a special video because I want that one to just really. I'm gonna do my best to be objective and be a little. Oh, I want that to be an important video because the time is coming where things are gonna go back to the way they were in terms of just the genre shift and how things are changing and the world that we live in and how things are gonna become de-Hellenized, de-Romanized pretty soon at some point. And it's like we're gonna experience a massive genre switch. Everyone is, at least everyone who's not currently up to date and in the know, or who's been actively working and planning. Like me and the guys and a few dozens of other people have been actively we've been preparing. Like you have your preppers and you have those who know. You have a lot of different people who've been getting ready for things to change, and that change is gonna affect more or less everyone who's gonna bring them into what we've been dealing with. It's like just preparing for that. So the importance of a man and woman and the roles of union. That's gonna. I really want to touch on that video and I want to make it important. But anyway, these are ideas. But yeah. I hope you guys enjoyed the video and yeah, at least found some useful information out of it and that you could utilize it, So yeah, I didn't mean to make it 4 hours, but I really want to. I wanted to really make this video, so here it is. But I was trying to shoot for 3 hours, but it was just a lot. It's a lot. But my apologies though. But like a lot of my unnecessary commentary. Sorry, but yeah. But you guys have a good one. Shalom, and I will be back with another video for you guys later on. All right. Take care. Shalom. And may you all be blessed and return to righteousness and be part of the remnant. And may I see you there. Shalom.